About 6:02, I call to order the City of Glenwood Springs Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It is August the 24th, 2021. This is our regular meeting for the month. And let's see, we're doing a hybrid meeting from what I understand. So we have people in the audience tonight, and we also have people on Zoom that can log in and watch us. And the phone number to call in if you don't want to watch and just talk would be 1-669-900-6833. And the webinar ID for tonight's meeting is 829-4993-9823. 9323. Thank you, Joy. And with that, I'll have Carlos take a roll call, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will now call the roll call. Commissioner Dem.
Here.
Commissioner Shaver. Here. Commissioner Sipperly. Here. Commissioner White.
Here.
Commissioner Shatner.
Here.
Commissioner Wissing.
All right. I think that concludes, right?
Commissioner West.
Oh, forgot about that. Right.
Commissioner Waller.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Sorry, Carlos. I'm a little rusty. Also entertaining a motion to seat our alternate commissioner for tonight, Commissioner Waller. So moved. Excellent. Need a second?
Second.
And a second. And I understand the vote buttons don't work, so we'll have to call for the question to seat our alternate.
So that's you, Carlos.
Yeah. just go down the dais here.
Sorry, I'm lost.
Okay, just call each commissioner. And
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Shaver.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Dem.
Yes.
Commissioner Schachter.
Yes.
Commissioner Sipper.
Yes.
Commissioner Waller.
Because it's about him. So, excellent. Thank you, Carlos. Moving on to item number 3 on the agenda, which is receipt of minutes from the July 27th meeting, and I'm entertaining a motion to receive said minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes? We'll see none. I'll call for the question.
So I'm just coming to help. So whenever you just call for the question, then you'll ask for their vote. So you're going to do it in a different order than you did last time.
All right, very first meeting, and our first meeting back all together.
So for the first item, Commissioner Dem.
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Yes.
Commissioner Shatner.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaver.
Yes.
Commissioner Waller. Commissioner White.
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you, Carlos. Excellent. You're doing great. Moving on to item number 4 on the agenda, and item number 4 is always comments from citizens that are appearing in front of us for items that are not on the agenda. So if anybody's here for any other comments than what's on the agenda, please come forward. And I see nobody. I see none. So we'll close that item number 4, and we'll move on to our first continued item, planning file 60-20. That's correct. Consideration of a major site architectural plan review application for the construction of 300 units, multifamily development in 14 separate buildings in the Glenwood Meadows. And I think Trent, this is Trent's application. So Trent, please.
Yes, good evening, Chair and Planning and Zoning Commissioners. Trent Hyatt with the Community Development Department here to present planning file number 60-20 to you tonight. It's a major site and architectural plan review for a property that is situated in Glenwood Meadows, which is approximately 28 acres in size. The proposal is for 300 multifamily units and 12 separate buildings. It will also include 20 detached garage structures, various amenities, including an approximately 21,000 square foot clubhouse and daycare, 5,000 of which is dedicated to the daycare. A pool, pickleball courts, community gardens, a dog park, trail connections to existing trail infrastructure in Glenwood Meadows. This density associated with the number of units proposed is approximately 10.74 dwelling units per acre. To create this development parcel, the applicant has also submitted a minor subdivision application, which is not part of this review tonight. Just to give you a little background or history, this property is a portion of various parcels within Glenwood Meadows, which was addressed by the city in a 2002 Glenwood Meadows Annexation and Development Agreement. It designated various districts with their own individual design standards. The subject property is a portion of parcels K and J, and those were designated as residential neighborhood or RN. At that time, those properties were zoned, according to the municipal code, as R3, but that zoning correlates today with a designation of residential high density. This section of Glenwood Meadows, the RN neighborhood, allows for a maximum of 475 dwelling units, 300 of which can be apartments or multifamily. There are also many on and off-site improvements that were associated with the approval of Glenwood Meadows back in 2002, some of which related to transportation, including the construction of the Exit 114 roundabouts, improvements to the intersection at the Midland 8th Street intersection, just to the east, southeast of the project. Also open space improvements, including the Wolfson Trail system and public space that is to the south of this property, and the Midland Trail. Also, there was many acres that were dedicated to the city and or RAFTA for either the community center along Wolfson Road or the park and ride for RAFTA that's further on the west end of Wolfson. For this specific development, it is expected to have an increase in traffic, or ADT, average daily trips in the neighborhood, of approximately 1,600 weekday daily trips. That amounts to 108 a.m. peak trips and 138 p.m. peak hour trips. Those numbers do not include the daycare use. I will add that we have requested that information. However, staff does not expect that they will exceed the traffic generation that was anticipated with this development back in 2002, and as it relates to that daycare use. There was a significant amount of commercial and retail development that was also proposed that was included in an original traffic analysis, but we don't expect that use will generate a significant amount above what we're expecting, at least for the residential. Access to the development occurs on the east end at the end of Flat Tops View Drive, and a new driveway connection will also be provided along Wolfson Road that's to the west of the current Lowe's site. I do want to point out that while there was a significant amount of improvements associated with the original approval of the development, the applicant, in a memorandum of understanding with the city, has come to an agreement that they will provide for $500 per unit. That would be a total of $150,000 for a traffic impact fee to help offset the costs associated with the potential improvements at the west Wolfson Road connection to Midland Road. There could be potential CDOT implications in the future, not necessarily related to this developer, but related to the city. If there is an increase of any development that causes 20% or more use of any intersection of a CDOT highway or interstate. 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit are required for multifamily development, as well as 1 guest space per 5 dwelling units. That would require a total of 510 for this development. The applicant is proposing an additional 27 above that number, and that would include the 20 that would be required for daycare use. Just to speak a little bit about inclusionary housing, while this development is not adhering to the new regulations that the city has adopted, I do want to point out that this development as a whole did generate 60 affordable multifamily units, which are known today as the Glenwood Green Apartments, that are restricted to various AMIs that are above and beyond what the city requires. I want you to understand that that would be, of the total 475 units, that would be approximately 12.6% of those units. That does not include the units within the M2 portion of the property that are known as the Lofts at Red Mountain, which, that's approximately 300 plus units at this point. So that's not included in that percentage that I provide to you. The applicant has stated that they are willing to reserve 10 units as owner-occupied for folks that live and work within Glenwood Springs at 100% of AMI for a period of 5 years. Section X of the Glenwood zoning and development plan, or Glenwood Meadows zoning and development plan rather, outline design specifications related to building orientation, required architectural elements, heights, and or building articulation. Specific to this development, we've worked with the applicant over the last 6 months or so now to make sure that all sides of the residential buildings have similar architecture and appeal, that the elevations of each building type are similar in interest. Of course, we've got a north and south facing facade that is the longer portion of the building, but we have the shorter portions along the east and west that incorporate some of the same thing in terms of wall plane, separation of a minimum 5 feet, as well as breaks in the roof heights. Originally they had significantly larger garage structures that have now been broken up in size. That's the 20 garage structures that were referred to previously. The site and architectural plan approval criteria outlined in section 706056 of the Glenwood Springs Municipal Code. A and B being either consistency with the code itself or the intent of the code. B and C are consistency with applicable standards in the development code or the precedent land use approval. I already spoke to that in terms of the applicant working to make sure they were in compliance with those. A is actually consistency with the goals and intent of the code itself, which include guarding against natural hazards, efficient planning, compatible design, and addressing development impacts. B is consistency with the comprehensive plan. As you'll see in the map there right, there's portions of this property you might not be able to see, but most of that is shown as green, some of that, or most of that is shown as brown rather, and some of that you can see some green kind of hatched pieces in there. The brown is slated for multifamily. The green highlights a hillside preservation zone. I will note that we did some analysis of this property, and you get into the sensitive hillside protection standards in the city when the average disturbance of your limits of disturbance are 20% or greater. The applicant made sure to prove that the area that they are disturbing is less than that and averages, if I can remember, approximately 17%. So the development is certainly in compliance with the land use map itself. When you get into various goals that are outlined in the plan, because it's providing housing, because we're doing it as infill development here in the town, it does support various goals such as economic development, maintaining our city as the regional center of Garfield County, preserving our small town character, addressing transportation in multiple convenient modes, and directing development to cost-effective locations, providing housing opportunities for the entire community, supporting social diversity, and preserving natural resources. We received comments from various review agencies here at the city. That includes the Engineering Department, the Colorado Department of Transportation, Public Works, Parks and Rec, and Transportation. We did not receive any public comments to date on this application. Section 706030G1D outlines that you, as the Planning and Zoning Commission, shall recommend to City Council either approval with conditions, or denial of the application, or of course you can continue the application and request additional information. Staff does recommend approval of this application with the findings and conditions that are outlined on page 10 of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I know that the applicant's here, both in the audience as well as online, and we can get to them as need be, but I'm happy to also answer any questions that you have as staff at this time.
All right, thank you, Trent. Thorough presentation. Back to the commission. Any questions to staff at this point? Please use the talk button. It seems to work. It did work earlier. Did you guys try it?
I haven't tried it yet.
Did you try it? No? Okay. Well, let's see. There you go. Commissioner Waller, first. Excellent.
Just because we haven't been in here for a while, Alyssa did talk to you guys about being able to switch between the packet and or the monitor so you can see whatever sheets you'd like to look at. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So Trent, one question I had was reading through your report. It didn't seem like there's any variances in this, in their application. Looking at heights, I was looking at widths and all, going through all of the different things. So I mean, and reading your conditions, are there some variances in what they're asking for? And maybe it's different because it's per the PUD. That's how it's set up. But anyway, that's
So no, there are not any variances that they're requesting. Through the review process, I will note that the applicant it was very important to them to make sure that they did address all of staff's comments and that there were not any variances at the end of the day. So, we went through about 3 review processes to get to that point, but that is accurate. There are no variances. Now, it's also important to note that any regulation or standard that is in the municipal code that is not addressed in the Glenwood Meadows Zoning and Development Plan also applies to the property. So, there are some things that we looked at in terms of just the general standards that were not identified.
the way it is that if you have a PUD, anything that's in the PUD that's the overriding code for that, and if it's not in there, then
Correct. And it's a funny situation, but it's technically not a PUD. It's a development plan that kind of acts in the same manner, but it's just it's an odd one.
Okay. I saw so there weren't any comments from fire, so that's always an interesting one for me. So is that waiting, or are there any concerns that you have on the fire?
No, I mean, I know there were some, specific conversations with that group in terms of making sure that they could understand, necessary distances from fire hydrants. Of course, these being multifamily buildings, they're all going to be sprinkled anyway. And a lot of those details in terms of like sprinkler room locations, it kind of come later in the process. So there may be additional comments by the fire department at that time during a final plans review, but they didn't have any specific concerns at this point.
Here's kind of a crazy question, but so with the money that they put in, so does that money, the $500 per unit or whatever that was, $150,000, does that go into like a general fund, or does that go into a saving fund for when the Meadows gets a certain size and there needs to be traffic improvements, that there's monies from this bucket of money that's there, or?
I don't think it's going to be like just a general, fund account. I think it is specifically intended for some anticipated future improvements that we see will be necessary in the future related to the Glenwood Meadows.
Related to the Glenwood Meadows, and I didn't mean general fund. I meant like streets and roads or whatever.
Correct, and I'm sure it would be a set aside fund that is specific to this development.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Waller, and Commissioner Schaefer, please.
Here's some magic.
All right, here comes the talking stick.
Yeah. So, Trent, in the Glenwood Meadows zoning regulations, do they mention anything about hillside preservation in terms of what is addressed in our hillside preservation overlay zoning? Would that zoning apply?
That regulation was applied to this during the review of this development. It's important to remember that we look at an average slope, so there may be slight variations in the grade that are potentially above 20%, but we're looking at the average of the disturbance area. So that was one, to point out the fact that the steeper hillsides of this property that are adjacent to Wolston Road were intended by the development to not be disturbed because that would cause a lot more grading and steeper roads. So they tried to utilize the more gentle portions of the property for development activities.
Okay. And I wasn't clear on what you were talking about on the green cross-hatching and the brown. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, and I can pull that back up too if need be, but some portions of the development site were shown with green hatching on this. You can see it there, sorry. I'll zoom in maybe. Some portions, you can see some green hatching there. So in 2011, when this map was developed, that would identify that green hatching area is greater than 20%. But the point that I was trying to make is that the average of disturbance across their property is less than that.
Okay, thank you.
But no, it doesn't, it intended in the development plan to dedicate a lot of the hillside preservation areas to the city. So this, however, is still designated as residential neighborhood or residential high density in our zoning today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner White.
In the memorandum of understanding, there was a lot about the lift station improvement fees. Could you just go over those quickly to give us an idea of how that's all going to play out?
So maybe more background than you care to hear, but part of the city's original concern about this, we did have some conversations early on about which portions of the development allowed apartments as a use as compared to residential, townhomes or single family homes. And one of our concerns was that, we're noticing flows at the lift station that was constructed for Glenwood Meadows higher than what were estimated at the time of development in 2002. The applicant, because they also realized that that's an issue for the city, came to the agreement with us to help pay for the necessary improvements to cover this development, and in a fashion that they would be that they would receive some of those monies back in the future as additional development came online for that system. So ultimately, we found a way to address the shortfall in capacity that lift station has related to this development and or other development that's already been approved within Glenwood Meadows, so that we could process that efficiently.
Okay. And then in I believe it was the engineering department, they stipulated, there was a memo as it relates to traffic, and they recommended a traffic impact study. When is that supposed to be completed?
It's not going to be completed for this development. So
oh, it's not.
That's one of the things that the city, we came to the understanding of, was that when this was approved, they did an overarching traffic impact analysis for the entirety of the neighborhood, with the requirement that each individual development only then had to explain what their traffic generation was and whether that continued to be in line or not with that overarching traffic impact analysis. So it's been made clear since that time that they are in compliance. They provided what was required of them. Additionally, however, they've agreed to additional funds to the city to help with offset any future improvements for transportation-related issues. Okay.
And then my last question is, are they seeing that this will impact Midland, and will there be a need for an additional traffic light there on the west side?
We've already been discussing that, and maybe not as it relates to this development only, but we've been discussing that is a likely necessary improvement at some point in the future, and that's actually what these funds are intended to address, whether it be a roundabout or an actual signal at that location.
Thank
So
you.
the answer is we anticipate that that will be needed at some point and have plans in the future for that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions to staff? And we'll go to Commissioner Schachter.
Thank you. Trent, several questions. Let me piggyback off Commissioner White. On the traffic fees that have been pledged $150,000 if 300 units are approved, I think you mentioned the need for anticipated improvements at the connection on Wolfson Road to the west of the development. Is that part of this earmark?
No, I'm sorry. So the access way for this development will be improved by the applicant. I was referring to the west intersection of Wolfson Road with Midland Avenue.
Okay. And that's where this money will be applied as a partial. The city would bear the rest of the expense, or other developments we don't know at this time?
Correct.
How did that number come about? Was that a negotiated number? Was that a engineering number?
It was a negotiated number. I think from the applicant's perspective, and I think the city understands it this way also, that, there were, millions of dollars of improvements associated with Glenwood Meadows back in 2002 and the years that followed to accommodate, all of the expected issues with that. And what we've noticed to date is we've had growth in our city as well as our region that, as background traffic that has now caused increases in the roads that we use like Midland. But what the applicant has, agreed to with the city is to try to help offset some of that.
And again, trying to understand your answer to Commissioner White, there's no traffic impact study for this particular development because the general impact of the entire development has already been studied, and this particular phase is expected to fall within those projected parameters. And so 1,600 and some odd trips a day is already accounted for with the infrastructure and roadways. Is that a
Correct.
correct interpretation?
Correct.
All right. The other question I had, and maybe you can expound a bit, why is this particular proposal not required to adhere to our new inclusionary housing code?
Because inclusionary housing was already addressed in either the annexation agreement or specific amendments thereto. And the Glenwood Meadows development, we have to remember that Glenwood Meadows development has developed 12.5% of the originally approved residential units as inclusionary or affordable housing.
I understand that. I'm not sure I agree that that's a separate issue. But again, explain your answer again about why did this one come in before that code was passed, this proposal?
Well, yes, it did actually come in before that as well.
Therefore, it's exempt.
Right.
If it had come in
Sorry.
later,
Sorry if I missed that point. It was actually submitted prior to that ordinance as well.
had it come in after that ordinance, then we could debate whether the prior,
I think it would have been a stronger discussion.
and right now, they're offering 100% AMI for 5 years residence occupied. Is that right? 10 units, 10 out of 3.
Correct.
Going back to Commissioner Waller, talked about, I think, safety. Recently, we've had so many conversations, not about building safety, but about West Glenwood evacuation issues. Has that discussion come up with this particular development and 1,600 new trips and 300, which means what? 500 some vehicles at least. Has that come up in the discussion about dovetailing with other concerns about West Glenwood fire and emergency evacuation?
It has not. It has not been a concern throughout the review of this application.
It hasn't been say that again?
It has not been a concern, similar to that of West Glenwood.
Not been a concern because we're not worried about it, or because the developer didn't want it to be a concern? I'm just trying to get it in context. What is concern?
I don't think it's not a concern because the developer doesn't want it to be a concern. I just think it's not been brought up as an issue with the review of this application.
Okay. All right. And one last question, which is some more background, and we've had it. Could you, for the record here, talk about the issue that was resolved as to how many rental units are actually allowed in this area? There was some initial concern that 300 additional apartments might not be allowed. How was that resolved with the zoning and the Meadows development?
I think ultimately it was determined that limit on the development of apartments within Glenwood Meadows as a whole was only applicable to the RN, residential neighborhood, portions of the development. Staff originally questioned whether that was the case, but it was determined, via our legal staff and the MOU that was the applicable portion of the property that limit was associated with.
And so going forward, are there additional apartment units, a certain number of them allowed going forward, or have they exhausted the number of rental units that can be done before they get into some kind of other types of housing?
So within what you see in the yellow portion of the screen, 300 apartments would exhaust what's allowed for apartment development within that area. It does not necessarily apply to other areas within the development.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter, and Commissioner Waller, please.
Okay. I want to piggyback on Sumner's question on the evacuation. That was kind of one that I had. And my thing is, it's not so much on the developer, but is from a city perspective, and I know we've kind of been talking about this with other projects as well, and there's other projects in the future. Is there any plan that and I'm assuming that there is, but I guess I'd like to hear, is there some plan that says, what are the evacuation plans as we add more and more? I mean, we have another project kind of going on right now, and it's a deal, and adding more in this area, but it's not only this area, it's other parts of town as well. And, we kind of have 3 areas out of town, we got nothing to the north, but the 3 directions.
Well, and what I was going to say is it may not have been a larger part of the discussion because the city actually feels like we have a pretty good handle on this moving forward. We already have a plan as to how to manage traffic better in these emergency evacuation timeframes. And it's, one specific issue, and that's been in coordination already with CDOT, is access line breaks at certain locations in town to allow traffic to not clog up all of the evacuation routes. So, it is a multi-jurisdictional process, emergency evacuation, planning process that will take some time to complete, but it's already moving forward. And because of other developments, there's potentially, even funds to make necessary improvements related to that evacuation plan.
We're just adding more to the West Glenwood evacuation thing. Okay. And then one other one that I had, and I didn't know if I was going to save that or not, but and it's kind of for the city as well on housing. And when I was reading the application, it talks about we need more housing, and every application says we need more housing. I think I've said it myself before. But so from the Housing Commission, is there any some sort of graph or something that says back in 2000 there's a housing study done and we need 2,000 housing units, and now we've added this number, and maybe it was gonna grow to whatever, and, it's all based on assumptions, it's data that's based on assumptions, but given the best data that we know, is there something that kind of tells us where we are? Are we 50%? Are we 70%? Or, and I'm not thinking
Yes.
maybe you have that answer, but
Well, I think they do.
I guess for me, but that would be something I would love to see simply, that just says, where are we?
There's approximately 2,400 units that were identified as being needed at the time of the completion of that study 2 years ago. This development would bring us to approximately half of that number.
But given the others that have been added since 2 years ago. And that.
That did not even anticipate the need beyond that study. That was assured at that time.
So that was through it. Anyway, that would be something I would like to maybe have in another conversation too, but that kind of answers my question though, right there. But yeah, the evacuation thing would be something I'd be interested in seeing some more about and not, I mean, West Glen was a hot topic, but it's really a topic around where I live too, getting out as well, so, okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I've got to agree with Commissioner Waller's concerns about evacuation because I saw the fire come over that hill and they rolled up the grass outside of the new community center and it was saved. So I look forward to seeing what the jurisdictions collaborate on with that. But my immediate question is on the water and wastewater department comments. And it says that water and wastewater utilities are private and not maintained by the city. I am aware that there's a new lift station in the Meadows, has its own sort of sewer treatment facility. But my question is, where does the water come from? And also, I understand that there's raw water for irrigation over there. Could you explain a little of that?
Yeah, I mean, the domestic water supply is from the city, and, this development, I don't know that number off the top of my head, certainly transferred much of the city's current supply to us with the Wolfson Ditch at that time. And the city anticipates that we can serve this development.
So the raw water for irrigation has already, in the Meadows annexation agreement, been transferred to city ownership?
Yeah, and that's similarly, that raw water would be from the city.
Why does
I can't
it?
remember what type of agreement they had with leasing back a portion that was donated. I don't know the exact details of that.
And because in the comments, it says all water and wastewater proposed for this project outside of public right-of-ways will be considered private. And
That's the utilities, that's the lines themselves.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So our water shortage,
We're not taking those on into the public system for maintenance and ongoing replacement.
but we are providing the water, and since the ditch rights have been transferred, we're essentially providing the raw water too. Okay. And this kind of ties in with our work session last month about how do we conserve water. That's really all I have for now, though. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shaver, please.
Which one?
Oh, right. Here comes the talking stick.
Talking stick. So, Trent, just thinking about the numbers of residential units, from what I understand, there's 175 more units that can be developed in these yellow areas, not as apartments, but as standalone or townhouses.
Correct.
And the distinction between apartment and these 175 units is they would be owner occupied? Is that the difference?
I don't know that is specified, that those units have to be owner occupied.
So what would be the differentiation between a townhouse and these apartments in terms of?
Well, I mean, it's generally construction. I mean, a townhome is, at grade entrance to individual units, or a single family home, of course, similar style of construction.
Okay, so it wouldn't relate to ownership necessarily or any other. Now, is it also my understanding that now there are other residential zones within the Glenwood Meadows? Is that correct?
There, I believe is one further to the west, but this would be applicable to all those areas, that the remaining 175 units would be allowed. And this proposal is actually on a development parcel that's not yet created, so they're going to take portions of various parcels to create this development site.
So the 475 applies to all residential zones,
Correct.
but there could be residential within the commercial zones, is that correct?
There could be. I would assume that would be dense residential if it is, in the future.
And is there a number that applies to that potential development?
No.
Okay. So we've got 475 now, we've got, 300 in the first two phases of the loss, is that right?
Approximately. Yeah.
And then we have two more.
185 plus 89, I think that's
270.
ish, so approximately a total of 300, with assuming the proposal you heard last month.
Which was, 30?
Phase 4, 34.
34, and then what's happening, being built now,
Yes, that's 88.
that's the 88. The first, was it two phases of the loss, was the 180.
185. Yep.
Thank you. Just trying to get a overall, what the end goal is, so to speak.
Thank you, George. Sorry, Commissioner White.
We did a site visit and there was a map or a survey of sorts that was provided. And to the west, it looks like there's 12.213 acres. That's a seller's remainder parcel. So that's owned by a different individual, correct?
It's the same current property owner, but not the current applicant.
Not the current applicant. And then there's a parcel to the right that says remainder parcel. It's a 9+ acre parcel. What does that mean, remainder parcel?
So that and you can see on your screen there now, Joy, that those are the resulting parcels outside of this development proposal that the applicant does not intend to purchase. That would be the remainder of the RN designated portions that where this 475 lies.
So the remaining 175 could get developed on those parcels? Okay. Thank you.
It could not be apartments.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions at this point for staff? No, we'll see none. Thank you, Trent. Would the applicant care to come forward, present your item? Please state your name and address for the record.
Chad Lee, 818 Colorado. Can we pull up our presentation?
You want the PowerPoint or the PDF? There you go. That was switch slides. Just click. Okay, that's good. Yeah, just needed to be on the. Gotcha.
Okay, good. Good evening, Commissioners. Really good to see you in person again. Really good to be back. So thanks for your service. I was getting tired of watching everybody being in my own bedroom having these meetings. So it's good to be back in person, and always thank you for your service. So, my name is Chad Lee. I'm an attorney at Balcom & Green here in town. We're at 818 Colorado Avenue. I'm here representing BLD Group, LLC. Let me introduce our team real quick. The owner and co-applicant, Robert McGregor, is here, and Mike Maple are here. Let's see, from BLD Group, we've got David Levin and Alex Levin. On Zoom, we should have Greg Bauman as well, if we could promote him. And our architect will be on Zoom as well, and that's Richard Koba. So we'll see if we can get them promoted at some point. Our planners, DHM Design, Jason James is here. And High Country Engineering, Mike Grzesiak is here. I'm not sure if I got that last name right, but I got it right, yeah. Grzesiak. Got real close, real close. So we, it's been a long process. We filed this application back in December. We've spent the last 9 months talking to city staff, working through some issues, specifically on infrastructure. We've had an MOU go all the way up to city council. They've signed off on that, and now we're back in front of you. And we've also worked really hard to have no variances. I've been in some of your meetings, and I know how reluctant you can be, and I would be too, to grant variances. And so we've worked really hard to have a project with no variances. This is a use by right in the residential high zone district. It's on a parcel delineated by our comp plan as multifamily. It is subject to an ADA that specifically allows 300 apartment units. And again, we've meticulously designed it with no variances. So this parcel specifically was always intended for at least 300, or up to 300 commercial apartment units. This is, and we wish we would have been able to build this 10 years ago, but market conditions are such that we're able to do that now with BLD Group. I'd like to introduce now David Levin, who will introduce BLD Group to you.
Just talk. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time. My name is David Levin, and I'm co-founder of BLD Group. We have several members of our team here in person and via Zoom. BLD Group is a family-owned business with strong ties to the Valley. My partner and I have each owned homes here for almost 40 years, which makes us sensitive to the needs and desires of the community. Over the past 35 years, we have developed and owned multifamily apartments throughout the country. Our business plan is to create a legacy apartment development business. We already have the next generation involved. We are proud of the product we build, which is institutional in quality and caters specifically to the communities we operate in. BLD Group builds each project with a focus on the tenant's needs and desires, as well as that of the community at large. No detail is too small. We are involved every step of the way, from the designing of the site plan to the placement of the cabinet handles. As you'll see during our presentation, we have put a strong focus on things like site accessibility to public transportation, resident amenities, and also community amenities, such as the daycare center and public open space. How this translates to our business plan is simple. We want to hold our assets long-term. We are not flippers, and we manage them to the highest quality and standards possible. This evening, you'll be hearing from our local professional team. Many of you already know. Again, thank you for your time, and look forward to walking you through our presentation and answering your questions. Thank you.
All right. I think Trent did a really good job, and you all asked some really good questions. So I've got a lot of slides. I'll probably just try and fly through a bunch of them, though. Here's the project site. We were all up there an hour and a half ago, so I think you guys are pretty well oriented to the site itself. This is the original map from the Glenwood Springs ADA, and you can see that this is the residential neighborhood. Down below, you've got the mixed-use district, and that is where the lots were constructed Multifamily is a use by right down there, and so that's where they were constructed. But as far as the residential neighborhood goes, it's tough to read this legend down here in the bottom left, but you can see there residential total 475 units. And the ADA specifies that 300 of those units can be commercial apartment rentals. This is the zoning map that was done after the ADA was approved. But you can see here that it was ultimately zoned R3, which is now RH after the code change. And just to sort of orient this commission a little more, compared to some recent applications you've seen, this is not an annexation. It's a use by right in this district. It's specifically entitled for 300 units. The impacts of this development were litigated in 2002. Back in 2002, as Robert and Mike will tell you, this was a big deal. There were folks, lots of public involvement and lots of negotiation. The project was ultimately trimmed, but the impacts of the development were ultimately reviewed and approved in 2002. And that's how we got to where we are today. This is a slide from the comp plan, and I think Trent did a good job of going over the comp plan. The staff report did too. But this is infill development. It's in an area that is stubbed with utilities. It's close to recreation and shops. It's walkable. It's part of a master plan community. But the quote that I think from the comp plan that sums this up is that we strongly encourage the development of the planned residential component of Glenwood Meadows, including apartments. And I know that our comp plan was written 10 years ago, but it's still our comp plan. And housing is a need that's not going to go away. If anything, it's only increased, and I'll go over that a little bit later. Here's the current zoning. As you can see, it's RH. It's the brown area, and down below is the mixed-use area. Just to go over, just to give you some context, and I know Trent did some of this too, but these are some of the contributions that this original developer made during the ADA approval, the annexation process. And I'm not going to read all of these, but I want you to see these are the pre-annexation contributions. As far as the annexation contributions, of course, there's 210 acres of open space, which I use on a regular basis, and I know some of you do too. There were big water rights that were contributed to the city, and the city now owns those. There was a dedication to fund one half of the cost of the river trail at $500,000, another $500,000 river trail east and west Meadows Drive, $3.2 million on the roundabout installation, $2 million on 8th and Midland, $500,000 for the lift station. In total, off-site traffic and trails improvements were $7.3 million in 2002. And today, that's around $14.8 million. As far as on-site infrastructure, there was a bunch as well, $9.1 million, and in today's dollars, that's 18.4. In 2004, Park and Ride side was conveyed to Raft in the city. Obviously, I don't need to mention tax funding from Glenwood Meadows has amounted to $66 million, which accounts for about a quarter of our sales tax collections, as well as some accommodations tax and property tax. And I know there are questions about the MOU. We negotiated with the city over the past 9 months on some infrastructure issues. In my opinion, the ADA is very clear that no additional traffic impact fees were necessary. In fact, it was so clear that even if the city applied a generally applicable traffic impact fee, Meadows would be exempt because of everything that it had given in the past. Nonetheless, we worked with the city to come up with a number based on city's projections that will be earmarked for traffic improvements. The lift station as well. This development is not requesting exemption from system impact fees. We're going to pay about $2 million in system impact fees, which are intended to support this development. Nonetheless, the city came to us and said, well, we're concerned about the lift station capacity. We worked with them. They did a study on how many potential units in the Meadows there could be and what the cost to upgrade the lift station were. It was around $950,000. this developer has agreed to contribute $475,000 at the time of building permit, which would fund half the costs. And that would be big enough for any potential future residential development out there, which is why there's a little bit of cost recovery involved. As far as affordable housing, Commissioner Schachter, I know you're really interested in this. And like Trent said, this application was filed before the resolution was enacted. Nonetheless, Glenwood Meadows has created 60 units of truly affordable housing, 40 and 60 and 80% AMI. This was done 8 years prior to a community housing ordinance. When taken in context of the residential high district, that exceeds the current requirement of 10%, and it's 80% AMI even. So those units were created by Glenwood Meadows. Obviously, you guys know this, we need housing. We have restaurants that are closed a couple days a week because they can't find workers because they can't find housing. Teachers, nurses, servers, baristas, firefighters. Similar projects have estimated their current occupancy is up to 65% RO employed in Glenwood Springs. Numerous studies, obviously, as Commissioner Waller hit on earlier, have documented the need for housing. This is the one that came out in 2019. And like Trent mentioned, we're only halfway there in terms of this. This study in particular talks about the missing middle. We're getting some projects at the lower AMI levels, but in terms of the 100 to 160% AMI, there's not much being generated. And that's the point of this project. I'm not going to read these for you. I know you've read this study and you're familiar with it. But I'd like to point out that this is the Glenwood Springs Economic Development Study that came out. And let me just, this is the Glenwood Springs Economic Development Strategy 2018. Number one recommendation is new housing and construction growth opportunities. And that's our economic development study. And additionally, the City Council, as you know, commissioned a poll of the local community. And what is their number one priorities? The number one priority from our community was to provide workforce housing to local workers in lower to moderate paying jobs. And what I thought was interesting was this answer was the number one priority for 70% of the residents who've been here between 0 and 5 years. Those people need to find a place to live, not just the people that have been here already. So this being a major site architectural review, these are the review criteria. Trent went over them earlier, but I'll need to run through them real quick. So it's consistent with the general purpose and intent of the code. The residential high density district has an intent statement in the code, and it is to accommodate various housing types ranging from single family detached on small lots to multifamily dwellings. And I just want to bring it up again, the ADA specifically authorizes 300 rental units on this parcel. The plan is consistent with the dimensional design development and all other standards of this code. It is, and we worked very hard to have no variances. We've worked with staff again for the past 9 months. Again, third criteria, the plan is consistent with any previously approved plat, PUD, or precedent land use approvals. We've been through the Glenwood Meadows, not PUD, but kind of PUD, that authorizes 475 units up there. And just to clarify, 60 of those have already been taken. So there's 300 commercial apartment units, and then there are potentially another 115, not 175. And consistency with the comprehensive plan, I went over that earlier, but the most poignant mention in the comprehensive plan is that they strongly encourage the planned residential component, and this is the planned residential component of Meadows. And with that, we'll turn it over to Jason.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason James. I'm a landscape architect with DHM Design. Our office is based in Carbondale. And so we've been supporting the team on the site planning and also working with High Country Engineering and Richard, who's on Zoom, for all of the site planning, development, architecture, civil engineering requirements associated with this application. Trent and Chad have set the table and given you the context, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time talking about the actual arrangement of the development and how it came to be what you see before you today. I'll start by walking through a site plan a little bit and then use some of the perspective graphics that were included in the package to illustrate some of the specific both amenities and conditions that we were responding to as we studied the site and put the plan together. And then I'll hand it over to Richard, who's online, to talk us through the architecture. I think we've talked about this quite plenty, so we won't stop on the future land use map. We've seen the location in the middle of the map showing Glenwood Meadows as a secondary center with the commercial development, mixed-use development, and the residential high density around it. So this is a site plan, north being up, and you're looking at Wolfson Road just across the top of the screen. I'm pretty sure as we were standing out on the site today, everyone was able to identify the location of the entry point on the east side where the road kind of split out and became the development, as well as that spot at the top of where the stairs would be. That was kind of where we spent the most time turning and looking around. And so to orient you to the overall lay of the land internal to the site, we have a total of 13 residential buildings plus one clubhouse and daycare facility, arranged in 3 rows that are directly responsive to the grades that you saw out on the site today. That development is all situated at the top above the steep slope that runs down to Wolfson Road and what is effectively the bench above that steep slope up to the upper portion of the property. There are a number of detached garages that both provide an amenity to the future residents of the project, as well as have been used to help us accommodate for some of the grade changes that are happening. And you'll see in a couple of the exhibits that we'll show, using both the buildings and things like the detached garages to turn some of these challenging grade changes into advantages on the site has been a goal of ours, as well as doing things to mitigate the scale and mass of the overall development. There are, in between the buildings, they're illustrated on the screen as kind of the brighter green boxes in between the buildings. There are 8 amenity spaces. We're certainly dealing with challenging soils, and you know all about that here. And so while those look like turf zones, they're identified as being artificial turf. They could be a number of things. Those are meant to be places for people to gather, for the residents to gather. So they could be covered pergolas or small plaza spaces, artificial turf zones, places to be outside and create those amenities immediately next to the building. There are also on the far left-hand side of the screen, which is the west side of the screen, where the new access drive connects to Wolfson Road, a 1.75 acre park, and that's a passive use park. So that has a trail that connects from the Wolfson sidewalk all the way up through the development and to a public trailhead that would then connect you to the Mountain Park Trail system. That also contains community gardens, walking paths, and places to sit. We're required by the GMZDP to include 2 1-acre parks for the residents of the development. This is 1.75 acres. On the lower left-hand side of the screen is a more active park. And that steps down the grade and includes a playground, an open play area, and pickleball courts also for the residents. And that's about 1 acre in size. So exceeding the required size to provide a high level of amenitization both between the buildings and in these specific recreation zones. On either end of the upper rows of the housing of the development, there are also some open spaces that we've identified as dog yards. And we know that there are ongoing conversations with pets. People have their pets, they want to move and live with their pets, and we want to make sure we create places for those. We also recognize that a true dog park requires a significant amount of acreage. So this is a place to get outside for the residents here with their dogs in spaces that are intended for them to be outdoors. Let's see, moving right along. The basis of design, there are a couple of things here. You'll see the first of several perspectives up on the screen. We are looking from essentially over the Market Street and back towards Red Mountain with the proposed development in the middle ground, and the beige boxes in the front represent the current loft development. We're bound by and in keeping with the ADA as well as the GMZDP requirements. And you've heard it several times, we've worked very hard to not have any variances. We've gone through several iterations of the site plan with staff to identify challenging areas. try to identify places to take advantage of those challenging areas, and to problem solve with staff to make sure that we don't have any variances. The grading is, of course, difficult on a sloping site, both in access and in moving through the site. So we've taken advantage of that by stepping the buildings with the grade, as well as the detached parking garages that I've described that also act to conceal retaining walls behind those parking garages. The building siting is very important because working with the grade and running the building parallel to the topography allows us to limit cut and fill as well. That's important both for impacts off-site, hauling requirements. It's also important to cut as little of these challenging soils as possible. And so we've got a section here in just a moment that will illustrate the general balance of the cut and the fill on the site. The open space is very clear surrounding and behind. There's the 200 to 210 acres of the Wolfson open space that were dedicated as a part of the original approvals for this project. This project is immediately adjacent to and provides direct access both for members of the public via 2 trailheads, as well as for the residents of this specific development. In the foreground of this image, I think it's important to point out, you can see the clubhouse, the single level building that has the pool adjacent to it. That becomes something of a community hub here. And it's located to provide easy access on the road that travels through the development, connecting Flat Tops all the way across to Wolfson Road. That childcare it's been identified as about 5,000 square feet. That's about room for 4 childcare classrooms of different ages that would be available for members of the public to use. Recognizing that providing community amenities is important here, and those would provide a great deal of value for the residents that live here, but it's a significant community need. Oftentimes when you see things like economic development reports that end up listing housing as one of the top priorities, you find childcare very close behind on that list. And so we found an opportunity here to provide both an amenity to the development as well as to the community at large. The access, we've talked a little bit earlier about the connectivity to commercial opportunities and to transit. We know that the grades are challenging here. And so to solve that, we've identified that there would be a circulating shuttle that's owned and operated by the LD Group that would use the clubhouse as kind of the home base of circulation and would provide shuttle services over to the Raptor Park and Ride, and would also provide internal circulation as needed for anybody with a mobility disability. The buildings themselves will be compliant with ADA as required, with the standard accessibility requirements, and you'll see there are elevators serving the buildings, there are access and egress as we need to, as well as the appropriate parking. This allows for some of that site circulation that exceeds those requirements of the ADA for circulation of residents, as well as guests who would be dropping children off and potentially using the BRT station. This view is illustrative of, it's not quite an eye level view, because once you go down to eye level, you can see the first line of the buildings from down below. This is just above the intersection with Midland Avenue. So we lifted it up a little bit so that you could see some of the second and third row of buildings stepping up the hillside. And you see the clubhouse and the childcare on the lower left hand of the screen, and just gives a sense of the scale, obviously, of Red Mountain behind the development. This aerial view, I want to make sure I catch a couple of the things that we want to talk about. This illustrates, I think, pretty clearly the stepping of the grade and the way the buildings work with the topography of the site that we're dealing with. It also shows the trail system up above the project and the existing debris flow basin that is there. You can also see on the lower right-hand side the trail access points through some of the parks and open spaces that then connect up to the existing trail system. Very quickly, this is a cross-section, and just in one location, we've studied this across the site at numerous locations to identify where cut and fill happens and trying to balance that and making sure that we're not creating a huge net export or import, as well as using the buildings to account for some of those grade changes. This is a view more from the debris basin looking out over the Glenwood Meadows development, and you can see the 1 acre active park stepping down with grade and some of the amenities that would be provided, the playground, open lawn space, and then the 2 pickleball courts. We've also used the stepping of the grade to create some of those level amenity spaces between the buildings. And so this gives you a sense of some of the circulation that's provided kind of up and down where we don't have street network, but there's clear pedestrian circulation all throughout the project between all of the buildings and along the driveways and streets. This is a view that's a little bit more of a street level view and gives you a good sense of the massing of the buildings, the articulation and the detailing of the buildings, as well as those detached garages that are using the retaining walls, both the concealed grade and step width grade, as well as provide that residential amenity. I'd like to now hand it over to Richard on Zoom, if we can do that, so that he can talk through some of the architecture requirements and how we've responded to those.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Richard Kova. I'm principal for International Construction and Development Advisors, architectural firm out of Pinecrest, Florida. The buildings, there are 13 buildings divided into three types of buildings. Type 1, there are 7 buildings. Each building is 125 feet in length, and it's less than the 40 feet in criteria. Building type 2, there are 3 buildings, and in type 3, there are 3 buildings, so there's 13 in total. Of the 300 units, there are 42 3-bedrooms, 114 2-bedrooms, 102 1-bedroom, and 42 studios. The buildings themselves are each, for example, building type 1 has 24 units, building type 2 has 20, and building type 3 has 24 units. So they're basically small buildings. Each unit itself has a storage area, or the building has a storage for each unit, which is roughly about 3 feet by 3 feet by 8 feet. So there's plenty of storage space. They're fully designed apartment units, kitchens with full appliances. There's a lot of cabinetry. It's a lot of space. It's very well planned.
Hey, Richard, hold on just one moment for us. We lost you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Great. Sorry, Richard.
It's okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as I said before, There's 24 units on building type 1, 20 on building type 2, and 24 on building type 3. Each building, building type 1 is roughly about 30,000 square feet. And type 2 and type 3, they're a little bit less than the 30,000 square feet. In addition to the buildings, we have a clubhouse, which is roughly about 6,500 square feet, and the daycare center roughly about 5,000 square feet. Daycare center should be good for probably about 75 occupancy of 75. That's pretty much what I have, Jason.
Richard, I've got the elevations up now. Can you talk a little bit about the building articulation and the materials?
Of course. Okay, so the south and north facades are the largest facades of the building. The construction of the exterior is basically fiber cement siding. In some cases, as you can see in the elevations, it would be horizontal siding. There are in floors where I alternated the siding into vertical with batten boards to provide variation in the elevations. There's also a lot of movement in the facades where it's creating a lot of shadow effect. And I'm also using stone at the entrances and on the bottom part of the ground floor. And it continues all the way around the building so that the materials are used throughout the entire perimeter of the building. The roofing material would be asphalt shingle. And the entry feature is heavy timber canopy. There's also a side entrance on the buildings, which is picking up the same details from the front. And again, the entrances are recessed to create the separation or the breakup of the facade. The slide that you're seeing now is the materials that have been selected. You have the horizontal, vertical, and the battens, which is all fiber cement. These are manufactured by James Hardy. And then, of course, the stone would be CertainTeed stone facade, which is a cladding, and it's fastened to the walls. The roofing, it's a CertainTeed almost three-dimensional asphalt shingle. And on the right, you see the different colors that are going to be used in the different buildings.
Richard, I think those are the slides we had for the architecture. And so I think we're ready to, unless there's anything you missed that you wanted to touch on before we hand it back to Chad to wrap up our portion.
I can't think of anything right now. I'm sure probably I will.
Right. Thank you, Richard. Chad. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Oh, I guess we're out of slides here. But we are, we're here for questions. Just to wrap it up, this represents critical housing element envisioned in the 2002 Glenwood Meadows Annexation and Development Agreement, which was reaffirmed in our 2010 comp plan, and again in various housing studies. This application was designed specifically to all standards within the ADA and the city code. We're not asking for variances. This will include studio to 3-bedroom units within walking distance of the community center, public transit systems, and shops and restaurants within Glenwood Springs. That's why this parcel was designated for multifamily opportunities within Glenwood Meadows. That's all I've got for now, so hand it back to you, Commissioner Day.
All right, thank you, Chad. Excellent, thank you. Very thorough presentation, very informative. Back to the commission. Any questions to the applicant at this point, or additional questions to staff? Please use your talk button, and we'll address whatever we can here. So let's start with Commissioner Schachter, please.
I think this would be for Trent. Refresh and remind, we are recommending a body in this case for a major site and architectural review. Should it be approved at council, based on, assume what we've heard tonight and seen tonight, how much of this is binding at development?
Well, most of everything that you see, I think that when we talk about things like annexations, that can kind of be confused with some of the overarching public improvements that were associated, or the fact that it was just a PUD. But this kind of has an overarching development plan, and this is the development permit associated with a portion of that plan. So, most of everything that you see here tonight would need not to change any more than potentially 15% to be considered a minor adjustment, and therefore requiring it to come back to you if it was greater than that.
Well, that pretty much answered it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, this way first. Commissioner Faber, please.
What does the lift station serve?
The lift station at Glenwood Meadows?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it serves anything beyond the development itself. I'm not certain about that, George. The Glenwood Meadows development.
Right.
It's just the Meadows, yep.
Strictly the Meadows, so it's creating the additional burden, but the city's going to pay half of it.
I would like to clarify that, originally the lift station was anticipated to build, to provide the service for the entirety of the development. What we've noticed is that it is actually the flows through that lift station are slightly higher than originally anticipated back in the early noughts. So that's why we're talking about these improvements to provide for this station. Jen.
So it has been our practice, and we have another example of this when we have redesigned a lift station and the applicant has paid for half and the city has paid for half, and that is the lift station that is just getting out, ready to come online near the continual right of way between the Caverns Village and the Ironman.
You're saying that was done the same way, it was a 50-50 deal? What are the slopes on the streets? You know what the maximum slope is?
I don't know what the maximum slope is, but I'm assuming it's within engineering standards for the city. Or that would.
Does the engineer know what? The maximum is 10?
Maximum. And I think that would probably be more for some of the access ways at the east and west end. Correct, Mike?
The streets are all designed to comply with a local street designation for the engineering.
Can I have you come forward, please, and state your name and address for the record, and then please repeat everything you just said? Thank you.
My name is Mike Greshik, 1517 Blake Avenue with High Country Engineering. All of the streets are designed in compliance with the local street designation. So 10% max grade, 4% max grade, 50 feet either side of intersections. So even though technically they are private streets, they're designed in compliance with a public standard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that, probably the max would be what, on the east end? the one that runs kind of diagonally where the car is shown there? Is that?
Yes, coming up from Wolshin is 10%, and then coming up from Flat Tops. So once you get up to the plateau of the lower road, the bench, then we level out to
Relatively flat at that point. I'm trying to think back on the, in terms of surface drainage, wasn't there some comments about some of that existing infrastructure needing to be upgraded or resized or?
We would analyze the existing capacity of the downstream pipes. We are planning to reroute the existing discharge pipes that are going through the development. So those will be designed to handle all the necessary flows coming out of the debris flow ponds. But we're confident that we've got sufficient capacity in all the piping currently there.
Okay, but that's in the future development of the plans for construction this will occur, the design. So have you looked at the current capacities that are there, existing?
The regional detention facilities have ample capacity for this development. As far as the specific pipe capacities, not yet, because we are not at a construction level.
Yeah, okay. I think that's all the engineering stuff. The 1.75 acre park, there's a public access trail through, is that correct?
Yes, there is the ability to get from Wolshin up to that kind of upper bench. And then there are two locations on the site, one just across the street there where there would be a public trailhead that identifies the access to get all the way up into the mountain park as well.
But the park itself is private?
It will not be publicly dedicated. So it will remain in private ownership, yes.
But public access is public access?
There's no intent to restrict access to that location.
And I know we saw where the main Wolshin Trail that cuts through above this property and below the retention ponds, that remains. There are some other named trails that are below that. Do those remain intact?
Based on our drawings, I've gone too far. You can see it in the aerial as well. We are not removing any of the trails that I am aware of up there, based on what we have in our base mapping and our surveying. I would have to look at that again to say that with certainty that there's not trails crossing the private property, but I don't believe that any were allowed to be constructed across the private property.
So Stevie Bob and all those trails that were constructed.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Those are on public property that's dedicated in the design.
Okay.
Not on this portion.
Okay. I think the reference was the rental rates would be in the 100 to 160% of AMI. What is that in dollars?
Hello, everyone. Alex Levin. Our apartment homes will range in size from approximately 600 square feet to 1,300 square feet, and our rental rates will start around 1,500 per month and probably range up to about 2,800 per month, which is in line with Lofts and Six Canyon and other developments in the area.
All right. I think that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Waller, next.
There you go, this way. Yeah, a couple questions. One is on the landscaping, and it's kind of, there's multiple questions around that. So I know you kind of talked about maybe the drought resiliency kind of stuff, you're showing the hardscapes and all that sort of thing, and which is good. I mean, I think that's a good thing. So that creates more water flow and all that kind of stuff because you're not perking water and all that sort of thing. So there's more sheet flow as it goes. And I'm assuming then back to the engineering question that all of that, I'm assuming that from our civil engineering people, they've taken care of all of that for all the
Looking for a nod, yes. Mike is nodding yes.
That's good. So, and then you showed, one picture you showed was a view from across, and it looked like it was pinyon and juniper trees. Yeah, this picture right here, in front of big, tall buildings. So I guess, I know I've been involved with some others before where we'd have more like landscaping that's screening the building, so you're not seeing a big massive structure from maybe on the other side of I-70. And I guess thoughts that I have, one is seeing the building, the other is, and I'm sure the light pollution, because I know that's all part of the code and all of that goes, but how, could you talk about how you're dealing with not seeing big hardscape thing from maybe on the other side of I-70 as well, when you're looking across, and because you see the beautiful Red Mountain and everything, but to kind of screen this development.
Yeah, the way this is represented is not because there's an intent to hold the landscaping down for any reason. And so I would maybe couch these comments with, there are a set of standards that we are required to meet in terms of number of trees per street frontage area. All of those things we meet in the plan, and we've also made a commitment to work continuously as this goes forward to create a species list and a landscape plan that is acceptable to the Parks Department and Park staff, because we had some comments on the species list, which was based on the standard that was set in the GNZDP as well. And so what we're up against, not only is the water conservation important, but we're going to have our plans reviewed by the geotechnical engineer because of the soils. And so we have very, very limited ability, even beyond the important goals of conserving water, to not be putting moisture down into these soils. And so we've illustrated this as a very xeric landscape, which would tend to be the pinyon, juniper, gamble oak, recognizing that hillside that was cut when the original development was put in place could use a little softening and trying to create some of that screening, but also recognizing that it felt disingenuous to show large shade trees growing up in front of this when we
large building, which is kind of disingenuous as well. I mean, that's not a native thing, a native structure, and I understand the dilemma. I understand what you're saying, because you're pretty close to that cut when we were out there and seeing it. So you're not stepped back, and I forget, what was the distance back that was from that cut to the first?
It's effectively at the top of the steep slope.
Pretty darn close. So it's difficult to put some sort of landscaping screening. So it's kind of like what we're saying, and I know I ride bikes and everything up in there, and it's it's the scrub oak and the pinyon juniper, and so this is probably what they're going to see from the other side, just given that distance that it is in the soils that you're dealing with. Is that, that's what I'm hearing.
That's what we were hoping to do, was show something that's accurate, particularly around the time of installation and time of the original improvements going in.
And I'm assuming that for the city that's, I'm looking at Trent, so that's, given the hard, because it's almost like a hardship that's there. Is that kind of how you look at this kind of thing versus?
Well, I'm not sure about a hardship. In my opinion, it's certainly best to preserve any natural landscape than it is to disturb it and to plant trees that would buffer those buildings. I think it's the design aspects that are associated with buildings that are intended to help them to blend into the natural environment as well as the built environment around it.
You understand what I'm asking?
I certainly understand what you're saying. I think, the planted landscaping within the development would certainly be more of, decorative trees that.
Yeah, there were some bigger ones I saw within the landscaping.
Yeah, within the development, but.
It's your point that you're not right there on that.
Yeah, and
slope, it's a tough thing for.
I understand what you're saying. The code does talk about landscape buffers, but generally it's landscape buffers from higher intensity uses than residential, with commercial and industrial having heavier handed landscaping requirements for those. But, I appreciate a natural landscape that doesn't require additional landscape or additional irrigation, as opposed to it being disturbed and planted with, large canopy trees that would result in a higher water use.
Versus a large hardscape.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Well,
okay.
This is a area intended for development. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand, I appreciate what you're saying, but
Well, yeah, and what we're doing is we're moving up the hillside, right? So, I mean, that's, because this is up above the lofts. But, okay, that answers my question there. And I think the daycare, awesome. I think that's an awesome thing. So, and you talked about how many rooms, roughly how many children is that, or kids is that? Do you know how many?
Richard, I think you
75?
quoted a number.
I did say 75. 75.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And the shuttle thing, that's an awesome thing too. I thought those were good things. A question I had on the traffic study, and it's just because I guess I don't really understand it, but is, and this is probably be the engineering guy, but, so it talked about the original traffic study was, that was done in 2001 or something like that, talked about, 2001 was more trips per day, and then it reduced it to 769 when you went to the 2017. So what causes that to get reduced?
So they have these different modeling factors that they use in the trip generation manual. So they continuously update those with every new generation that gets issued. So the latest edition that we've utilized to look at these numbers is 2017. So there's a 17-year difference in new data that's applied. So effectively, that is the change from the original traffic study from 2001. And it's the average rate that's applied to the unit. Correct. Correct. Yes.
It's interesting how it is. Okay, thank you. And then I guess one last question. I know George was kind of asking on these before, and I think we kind of heard the answer, but so what's the rough build out? And I probably missed it or something of, as we add these 300, and I know it's a kind of a nebulous number, but for all of Meadows, when let's say Meadows was built out and we don't maybe really know the commercial side inside, but, and maybe show me that back to that one zoning map that had the.
yeah, and I will have to admit, it's extremely difficult to answer that question for the areas outside of, the RN residential neighborhood that are designated and limited. But because, as we've seen historically, some of the other mixed-use areas could be potentially used for residential. I don't think anyone anticipated that we would see the number of units that were proposed in the red, the mixed use M2 zone portion. But I think the development plan itself, certainly anticipated some future development and what you see here to the west in that mixed use campus portion as like second and potentially third level residential uses. And, again, I'd point out that, you obviously would see those future development proposals as well.
Right, as they come, each one. Yeah, I'm just kind of asking in general.
That's tough, and I don't know the number that we included for analyzing the lift station off the top of my head either.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because for the lift station, you need to know that.
Jen?
I think it was 1,425, is that right, Chad?
Yeah.
In their equivalent units. I can pull up that, sure.
EQR total?
I just butt in real quick, sorry. Yeah, and so it was ballpark 1,400, absolute worst case, or, and just to address something Commissioner Shaver was hitting on earlier, the $475,000 contribution to the lift station is to upgrade it for all potential future residents. It's not just this one. So it's not like the city's picking up half the tab for this development. Yeah, okay.
That's all I had, thanks.
Thank you, Pete. Jen, please.
And just one more clarification, Matt Langworth did clarify that does include, hold on. It includes the Midland Center, RASA, Meadows, and the community center for lift station.
Oh, sweet.
Thank you, Jen. Commissioner White? Oh, right.
Talking square.
Thank you. The grade of the hillside, that initial hillside, looks much gentler in the renderings. And so I just wanted to get clarification. There won't be any regrading of that hillside, is that correct?
The hillside that runs from the toe of the development onto Wolfson Road?
Correct.
There won't be any recontouring of that. Yeah, the goal is to avoid disturbance of that hillside.
It seemed much more prominent when we were out there. And then you stated there would be 10 owner-occupied units, so that would mean for sale to, at some point, not for sale. Okay. Anyways, is there any thoughts? There's a lot of developments that are investor-owned, and I think that while that's lovely, I think that there's a sector of the populace needing affordable homes to purchase. Is there any sort of plan to phase out for purchase units in this development at all?
And maybe Alex or David could jump in, but my understanding is no. The intent is to operate this as a rental community. I can tell you that the additional 115 units up there cannot be commercial apartment units, and so will likely be a different product. But I don't think there's a plan for condominiumization at this point. But certainly 10, 20 years down the road, who knows?
And then I noticed there was just the one stairway down that hillside, and my assumption is that was deemed adequate for all of those units.
And I'm happy to bring up a graphic if it helps. So there are sidewalks that are connected to the entry drives going.
Okay.
So there's pedestrian access along all of the road network, all of the road system. And then there's the trail from the north. See if I can switch from Trent. Do I have to reshare? Yeah, you can go here. Oh. Which one now? Yeah, the one we were looking at here. That's almost. Oh, did I do that? Yeah, that's great. Thank you. See if we can, so a plan is helpful here, and I'll move the camera. So you can see they're detached, but the sidewalks running along the road system. We wanted to create an accessible graded trail from Wolfson up to the lower road. And so that goes through that 1 acre park, and that's why it makes that kind of looping back and forth that has a stairway that connects it as well, because people would shortcut it anyway. Right. And then the stairs up the middle to try to provide some additional level of access. So those are all of the points of entry from the north kind of up the hillside.
Okay. And then I guess this would be my last question, but it seems that the projections for the lift station were short, that, there was a disparity in what we projected on the lift station. Is there any chance that the traffic impact could be different than what the modules are saying that the projection should be? And could there potentially be more of an impact that we're not preparing for?
I think we're in line even with the adjustment of the average rate factors from what was previously assumed and projected. This development is in line with what those numbers show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Saber.
Kind of getting back to what Pete was talking about earlier, and screening of the buildings, but I wonder if screening of the parking isn't maybe more important. And I see that there's some little islands at the ends of the parking that are immediately adjacent to the buildings. But there's sort of a gap between those two landscaped areas that come out from either side.
Understood, yeah.
Wonder if it wouldn't make sense to try to fill that in somehow. I understand you needed that to back out of and to turn and leave, but could it be done with you know, sort of a landscape fence or?
I'd just like to jump in, oh, these are trimmed,
The plans
oh, got it, okay. Does it work if I stop it and then start it again? Yeah. Okay. I would just like to bring up the landscape plans. Thank you. I'll share this in just a second, because there's additional than what appears in that rendering. Okay. I'm almost there. I can share just the screen, that's all right? Yeah. Okay, good. So here's one example of one of those at the very northmost in plan view in between the buildings. And a lot of this is being driven by the landscape and the planting requirements of the code, both for trees and for shrubs. And so at the end where that turnaround is, there is the flanking bed on either side. And then in the retaining walls as they step, there's an additional planting that happens there as well.
And that, from the driving surface, how high would those be?
I think those, given the species that we're looking at, those could be anywhere from in the neighborhood of 6 to 8 feet at maturity in terms of the.
Oh, so that would be, and okay, from the driving surface level again.
From the driving surface, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the when viewing up from Wolfson. When you're looking at the parking driving surface, those retaining walls vary in height. And so in some cases, that landscape is not going to extend significantly above the driving surface of the parking area. So I do want to make sure I'm clear there.
Yeah. So is that, you know, if a car is pulling in, you're going to see headlights casting out across. You're going to see the vehicles.
As this is currently drawn, the wall does not extend up to a location where it would screen headlights. That's correct. Mm-hmm. And part of that has to do with creating those buffers, which we absolutely value, pushes you into that further down that hillside and deeper into that slope and drives the walls up. And so trying to find that balance between creating some of those landscape screening opportunities at those elevations and extending into that hillside where those walls grow and grow.
You know, from below you're looking up, so that's an advantage to creating a screen. But with the stepping down, it's going contrary. But to me, that would be more important in a screening than the buildings themselves, just from my personal perspective. I've got another question on the screen that was up, the slide that was up originally before we started moving around, and it's just kind of a curiosity more than anything. It was
plan slide?
One of Trent's slides that that one, yeah, right there. What are those? It looks like two ball diamonds with soccer fields overlaid or something. What is that all about?
That's the location of your community gardens, but I think that, you know, they were anticipated to potentially be baseball fields at one time.
I see. Okay.
They're probably just to recognize the size of a field.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Thanks. It really is nice to see an application come before us that is trying to meet all of our design guidelines and not request a variance. So I want to commend the applicants on that. I did have a few questions and minor concerns. one of the co-owners, as he was briefing us on this project, claimed it was to be an institutional quality. Now, a few sentences later, in looking at the demographics of needed housing, I'm kind of having a disparity between institutional quality and like kind of the higher end, 120 to 160 AMI. Though this project does seem to meet our design standards, I find the buildings themselves in design very repetitive. I mean, I wouldn't have picked out that there were 3 different ones there. They've all got the same little gables. They've all got the balconies. They look a lot like terraces over at the other end of town. So that's one thing that really hits me as it's like driving down I-70 in Vail. And I don't know if we have much of a leg to stand on because they do, of course, seem to meet the guidelines. I just think they're so cookie cutter. And that part really doesn't ring to me small town character in the least. And if they're institutional quality, I'm wondering why they wouldn't be more of an institutional affordable rate. The workforce, as it was stated in our comp plan, we need more workforce housing for people with low to moderate pay, and I don't think that's going to be $2,800 a month. Which brings me to a concern that I know will come up with Commissioner Schachter. I think it would be really a noble effort on the developer's part to actually set aside more of this project as deed restricted rentals. There's definitely, I mean, that would go a long way with your, trying to get from the 12.6% that has been provided in Meadows as a sum total to something closer to at least 15 or the 20% that we're requiring now. But I do acknowledge that, the Glenwood Green has been built and is definitely serving the needs of this community. It actually proves the need for further deed restricted housing. I'm concerned about some of the connectivity of the site. When we look at the site plan, this building takes up nearly the whole length of, if you were to say, walk from Wells Fargo clear down past Lowe's. It's, as they noted on site, it's over a quarter of a mile long. And we have only one pedestrian access to Wolfson Road through that entire expanse. We've got the access roads that probably total the width of this thing out to more like a half a mile after you get past Glenwood Greens and are going down to the Flat Tops View Drive. I foresee people shortcutting over the retaining walls, down over the bank, and tumbling down the road onto Wolfson because they're just trying to get to Lowe's, or they just want to get to Whole Foods. They don't, have to go down these 7 sets of stairs. Like, what if you have you're wheeling your bike, or you've got a stroller, or you got a, grocery thing. I would like to see a few more places where there is connectivity between Wolfson and the development, acknowledging, however, the desire to minimize site disturbance. Maybe some agreement can be made with the lofts that are already in place and built on the uphill side of Wolfson Road to have access through those properties. I'm not sure if there's under different management. Looking at getting in here with the bicycle, you're gonna probably wind your way up that long road, either from the community center end or over at the Lowe's end. I do not see actual bike paths, so there are definitely sidewalks provided. The trailhead parking it says a public access trail, but it doesn't seem as though there's parking allowed at that trailhead location. So I'm wondering if the public were to access the trail, how did they get there? I guess I'll just keep rolling with the questions. I have some concerns about how the shuttle might operate out of standard business hours. If you take a bus down from your employment in Aspen, if this is actually workforce housing, you're coming down at 2 o'clock in the morning, are you going to be able to get from the park and ride to your residence? Are they going to be running that shuttle all day long? How do people with disabilities ride the shuttle? How does the shuttle work with getting children to this daycare? By the way, I think the daycare is excellent amenity. It's been noted in several previous meetings, the extreme need for childcare in our community. The daycare is, however, located at what appears to be a cliff edge. I know that we haven't got to the point of where fences are being installed and such. I mean, it'll have a great view, but it seems to be kind of on the edge of a precipice, which brings me back to Commissioner Shaver's comments about softening up the parking areas and that sort of cut that will be visible from the north. From Wolfson Road, I think it won't be quite as impactful because of the steep hillside. I appreciate that the retaining walls will have some landscaping, but I also would like to see some of the parking lots further shielded from view. And of course, from across the river, it'll be much more of an impact. Regarding the landscape plan, a little more, I also would be concerned about headlights pointing into the buildings when they're pulling in the dark, and headlights shining out across the meadows and visible from the rest of town. And if you guys, the rock mulch that's called down there, are these, I'm assuming these are the boulders that are kind of difficult to walk on. So I have concerns with that, unless it's more of like a gravel. Though I do appreciate that it is not a high water usage and qualifies as landscaping. So I have these written down. I said, you guys want to take turns? That'll do it.
All right. Excellent. Any other questions? No? Well, I got a couple of clarifications.
Nobody's answering anything.
Please, and this is just, so I know. Looking at I saw a lot of retaining walls, and I know you did your homework, but all these retaining walls are within compliance of what we asked for?
They are. I think there's a question about some that appear in the perspectives.
Right.
I also had, and the response to that is that where you see wall will actually be railing in the future, because some of those certainly look like they're taller than 6 feet in height. Otherwise, yes.
Yes. Okay. And the light-colored gray siding didn't trigger any issues. Is that a color we prefer on that hillside? Or is it within the realm of?
Yeah, I don't think that it's prohibited. I wouldn't say that it's something that I prefer. So I think that's probably certainly something that is open to debate.
Okay, it seems a little bright to me. That's all. Thank you, Trent.
Yes.
Okay, the other question is not as easy to ask, but I'll do my best. And I'm gonna like to address David, Robert, and Mike. And Robert and Mike, you guys have seen me sitting here probably more than you'd like to. But we go back a long time. Appreciate everything you've done for the city of Glenwood. I'm gonna appeal to the goodness of your hearts and ask you to please increase the affordable housing units within your development. I know you're here to make money. I understand. I know construction is expensive. I understand. Knowing the going rents at the lofts, that is not workforce housing. That is a higher level of income that I think, yes, we will appeal to some of those, absolutely, and yes, you will rent them. But the lower end is still looking for housing. I would love it if you guys could say, you know what, we're going to help you out. We're going to give you, instead of the 5 units or what it was, we're going to triple it, and we're going to do it for 20 years. It's a question. Would you please consider to give us additional affordable housing for a longer period of time? I'm sure somewhere within there you can make those numbers work. I know you can. This is not your first go around, so I understand. That's my question. You don't have to answer it. It's a tough one. I know. I'm just throwing it out there to the three of you. Are you willing to think about it and maybe give us some more affordable housing for the workforce I'm talking about, the people that really need, the people we really need to live somewhere in town? So that was my question to you. Other than that, you guys did a great job. It's a use by right, I understand. You guys, no variances I love it. This is one of my biggest things. I'm a little bummed you guys came in before we put the code in, but this is how time plays out. Please consider additional affordable housing in your development. As a question, would you please? So with that said, if there's no more questions from the commission to the applicant or staff, Chad, please.
We will consider it. Thank you.
And whether you tell us yes or no, or whether you tell the council yes or no, just please consider it. We
appreciate your comments and input. Yep.
We really need it. So if I don't see any additional questions, I will call for a 5-minute recess before we start the public comments.
Chairs don't
You should probably ask that.
Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And we are still on planning item, let me look, 60-20. And we have concluded the questions to applicant and staff. And I will now open the public comment portion of the hearing. So if anybody's here in the audience to comment, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. And please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
My name's David Barton. I live at 300 Wolfson Road, also known as The Lofts. Here speaking mostly on behalf of my daughter who had to run on. She has other obligations, but I brought her here for the chance to, I've always told her the government works best at the local level. I said states and federal are too far removed. She's been living in a studio unit at $1,500 a month. The base rent, to qualify for that, they say 33%, and they stick to that, which means that she had to meet a $27 an hour criteria with the lofts in order to get into the 1,500 unit. She's going to go into a $2,800 a unit, 2-bedroom here next month, and she qualified for that. But that qualification required that she makes $50 an hour. She's a pretty ambitious young woman. I'm pretty proud of her. She's a sole proprietor of 2 different businesses here in Aspen, and she's heavily invested in the town. She's 35 years old, and so it's important to her what happens next. I was just speaking to, I happen to know both Robert, and I've met Mike before. I find them to be gentlemen of good standing, good consideration, and I'm basically in favor of this project to see it happen. To my way of thinking, I was kind of hoping that supply and demand would take an effect, but if they're only based on comments I heard earlier that this is only going to bring it up to 50%, it seems like the downward pressure on the other apartment complexes to open up and maybe drop their rental rates isn't going to happen for a while. In other words, demand's going to exceed supply for quite a bit. So I'd like to basically address one other important thing to me is that my daughter doesn't expect to live in an apartment forever, nor does anybody. At some point, they want to transition to something that they own. There's not much land left from what I can see here in Glenwood Springs. We're looking at perhaps one of the last big open spaces right here. I was particularly interested in Commissioner Shaver's questions about the disposition of those 175 or perhaps 115, and I don't really understand why there's a difference in numbers there, but whether they're going to be open for ownership, and nobody was able, at least it didn't get answered today. But the idea I want to place in front of everybody's mind here, even though it's perhaps not germane to this 300 unit, is that some down the point, somebody wants to leave an apartment, they shouldn't be expected to leave an apartment at one level and then try and find a house that's going to cost them $750,000 more to move into. There has to be a continuum to be able to be vested in the community. And my daughter's the kind of person you want to have vested in the community. You know, a good, hardworking person. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to come forward? Please state your name and address for the record.
John Swanson, 105 Oak Lane, here in Glenwood Springs. This project hits all the nails flush. And so obviously I'm in favor of this project. I think it does supply, perhaps not the lowest cost housing that you'd seek, but certainly makes a huge dent in the amount of housing that's required here in Glenwood. The fact that there are no variances, the fact that they've given ample consideration to the livability for the tenants, I think weighs heavily in favor of this project. And so I think it ought to be a yes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Here for public comment. I don't see anybody in the room. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Alyssa? No. Nobody calling in. Okay, great. So I'll close the public portion at this point, and I will bring it back. Bring it back to a motion. Let's do it in the motion. Bring it back to a motion or entertaining a motion, and in planning item 60-20, consideration of a major site architectural plan review application for the construction of 300-unit multifamily development in 14 separate buildings in the Glenwood Meadows. Staff is recommending approval with conditions and findings on page 10.
I'll make a motion for, I don't need to push talk or anything.
No, we do.
Okay. I'll make a motion for approval of, planning and zoning 60-20, major site architectural plan review, construction of 300 multifamily residential units per staff recommendations and suggested findings and their conditions on page 10 of 10 of the staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner Waller, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Excellent. Any discussion? Please use the talk button. We'll start with Commissioner Shack.
May I address staff for a question, please?
Please.
Trent, question regarding our e-waiver program for community housing or for inclusionary housing. Since we've had at least some consideration for the applicant to consider this further, does this program apply? Would it apply should the applicant voluntarily ask to put some units under that program? And if it does apply, would you explain again what is waived and what AMI is tied to those waivers?
I'll answer as much of it as I can. Yes, I do think that they could qualify under that fee waiver program, and the AMI, I believe, is 100%. Is that correct, Jen? Under the fee waiver of water and sewer fees? Or is it lower than that?
It's an average of 100% AMI.
Let's bring Hannah in.
Yeah, Hannah, you may be able to.
I have it up.
Oh, you
So
do?
it's
Okay.
the impact fees. These restrictions shall provide a waiver of the following impact improvement fees required by the code according to the percentage of new for rent units restricted thereby. Any water or sewer tap fee required under subsection 80-40-10C or 80-30-10C respectively. Any water or sewer system improvement fees under Article 80-60. Any school land dedication requirements under subsection 70-40-30G for school land dedication. Any fire and emergency service impact fees required under subsection 70-40-30G5 fire and emergency services impact fee, and any parkland dedication fees required under section 70-40-30G2 parkland dedication.
And again, maybe Hannah answers, should the applicant decide to apply for some number of units and then fees would be proportionally reduced, and what would be the AMI levels that would be involved?
So because this applicant is not under our inclusionary zoning requirements, they do have the possibility to go under our voluntary program, which does have a timeline of 30 years. Obviously, that has some amortization schedules where they can get out of the program before that ends, so it's not as tight as our inclusionary zoning. And it is averaged to 100% AMI for the unit, so it can go up as high as 120% by unit type, so 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and that will fluctuate.
Average of the units applied for?
Yes, not all of them, only the ones that they're seeking the fee waivers for. So whatever units they would apply to our voluntary program, we would then waive water, sewer, park, fire, and school, if applicable.
I understand the vesting schedule was 10 years that were where it became punitive before 10 years, is that correct? Or?
It's not punitive.
Expensive?
It's all about encouraging. It's 5 years, yes. It's 5 years before the incentive of the fees going down, the amortization schedule actually starts. So those first 5 years in the program, if they were to exit, they would owe the full amount of waived fees back to the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Santa, quick, may I piggyback on that and ask how much those fees could be for one unit?
It's very dependent on square footage and bedroom type, but for a multifamily apartment complex like this, ranging at the low end of like 18,000 up to 25, depending on bathrooms and other amenities.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sumner, for the question. Any more discussion on this? None?
Discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sure.
Yes. Not the question. We're done with the questions. No, okay, Commissioner Schachter, please. Here's your square.
Oh, thank you. I am going to, with some reluctance, support the motion, and the reluctance has to do with the one thing we've discussed the most, and that has to do with the huge need for inclusionary housing of some kind, and 100% AMI helps. And I feel somewhat concerned that what was offered was a very tepid token of 5 years and 10 units, and I would hope for more, and I heard maybe some consideration. The overall quality of the project seems excellent, and the amenities. I'm also concerned, again, even though Chad pointed out, it is a use by right, and there are no variances, but we do have a desperate need for different types of housing, and this does not add a different type of housing at all to our city housing stock, unfortunately. That is not necessarily a condition of the site, but it's a condition of the city. We need townhomes, we need condos, we need owner-occupied, it was pointed out. So therein lies my reluctance, but I would hope that at least on the case of some inclusionary housing, we get perhaps some more units, and 100% AMI is not that low rent, but it's maybe better than market and might provide some opportunity for a few more people to be able to rent at this particular development. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sumner, any other discussion on this? Commissioner Waller.
Yeah, I also support it as well, and I appreciate the work of staff working with them as well to eliminate variances, and I know that's from the developer side, that's a big deal too. So I greatly appreciate that, and I think the the timing of the housing, you got in before that. I understand that. I think Sumner's question was, I don't know if it's a question. I think it was more of a at least letting me understand that further. If here's what incentives are, that if you do that, if here's going to 100% AMI, here's what, so it's an option. And I guess I agree with that, that it's a worthwhile thing to look at as you do your performance, to kind of look at that to see if that makes sense. I know it makes it better for the town and maybe for other developments as you kind of work forward and as you continue to fill out the meadows. Being the infill, I think, what a great place to do it though, in the meadows with everything that's there and the connectivity. And I agree with what Carolyn said, it's not super connected of how it is, the steep hill, but in the winter you get on a sled, you're down there pretty quick. You get in your speed suit, just don't break a rib. But I mean, but it's kind of what it is for where, and I guess I understand the screening because the slopes are difficult, and I'm sure the engineers have that all worked out, so there's no issue. But yeah, I support it too. I think it's a fine thing.
All right, thank you, Pete, and Commissioner White. All right.
I'll just echo a bit of what's being said. I feel like a lot of the public comments that we hear in the community are that, yes, we need housing, but we also need amenities and the support for our families. And I think that you guys have done that really nicely with the, just what you're providing in addition to the housing. And as a whole, it seems like the developer has really been gracious with what you guys have provided to the city. So I'm appreciative of that. I do feel like people will shortcut down that hillside quite a bit. I'd like to see maybe another stairway or two added, but that's neither here nor there. And then also appreciative of the additional money you're providing for the roads, because we all grumble about what's going on with that that road there. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I would also echo that I would love to see more inclusionary housing. So thank you for considering that.
Excellent, thank you. Any more discussion? Commissioner Shaver.
Well, it seems to me from what we've seen from applicants lately, they're all pretty much targeting the same sort of apartment size, square footage, mix of, areas and number of bedrooms, and the price points seem to be consistent. I don't know if it's the same marketing people that are feeding analysis to all the developers, or all the developers are coming up with the same conclusions. But we seem to see the same sort of product and price point consistently. I would agree with my fellow council members, commissioners, that we definitely need more affordable units, but we'll see if the market analysis is correct over time, I guess, as we develop more and more and see what the market truly can bear and how things settle in. But I will support this. I think it's well thought out and well conceived and designed, and a good location. So good on you. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any more discussion? No, then I'll have a couple of comments, and I already said most of what I wanted to say, but I do have, well, let's start with the bad first. I do have one concern, of course, is density. There's no doubt. Wolfson is in terrible shape. The main arterial road there is in really bad condition, and then I kind of wish, instead of just working on the lift station, that you guys would have also, including staff, maybe looked at that road and said, this road needs to be repaved. In front of the lofts, down Market Street, it is in absolutely terrible, terrible condition. Which brings me to a safety issue. I've been known to say that I find it irresponsible to add any more units to the Meadows until we fix that road. I don't know if there's any vehicle out there, anything we can do to put some money from somewhere to repaving that stretch, because you guys know, you guys brought a fantastic product. This is exactly what we're looking for. This is housing for Glenwood Springs. I can't deny it. It has the amenities, it has the looks, it has the site that we're looking for, it has the trail connections, it's all there. The density concerns me. So I'm a little on the fence if I should support this or not. So I'm still going through this in my head over and over. Is Wolfson too dangerous to run 600 cars down, because people will go every which way they can go to get out? Should we have some sort of fund to fix that road? It's a stretch of a quarter of a mile that needs to be fixed. So as my fellow commissioners answer, debating with myself, answer the question whether we should move forward with this or not, I'll get there, but the road to me is not safe. So this is a comp plan issue where it says, does it impede the safety of Glenwood Springs and its population and pedestrians? And yes, I believe it does, due to the density. That's the only reason. And due to the shape the Wolfson's in. I'm sorry it is this bad. It's not your fault, although we've been talking about Wolfson for a long time. But it needs to be repaired, and that's where I'm struggling right now. So with that said, if I don't see any more discussion, I will, all good? I will call for the question.
Commissioner Waller,
Yes.
Commissioner Schechter,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaver,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner
All right, fix the road. Do whatever you can. Yes. That's all I got. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming forward. This was a great application. Thank you. Thanks to the commission. Thank you, Trent. Thanks, staff, for everything. You can't say no. No. There's no way. There's no way. Give me your vehicle. There's no way. All right, let's regroup. Listen. Watch, I'm going to see advertising of blonde boys on Facebook. I'm going to. Exactly. Oh, we have to see that. There's a motion. I know. Very thing. Yeah. We asked how much can they make. 25 grand a unit?
Yeah, I know.
All right, while we regroup here and get the next application up and running, I'd like to see Commissioner Wissick at this point, who had to recuse herself from the previous application, but she's here now, so, no, I don't think so. She's the commissioner.
We did.
You abstained, remember?
Oh, yeah. I should have really known.
You should have. Easy way out. You ready?
I'm ready. Have you
Haven't.
taken action?
I have. No, we're good. It's all good. So, okay, anyway, moving on. What are we moving to? Moving on to item 6, a new item on the agenda for tonight. It is planning item 2021, consideration of a major site architectural plan review application for the construction of a 40-unit multifamily development in a single building. And Hannah is going to tell us about it.
I am. Did I miss Amber being sat?
I sat her.
Sorry, wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Chair and Planning and Zoning Commission. Good to see you tonight in person and not in little boxes. So this project is referred to as Mountain View Flats, which is a major site and architectural plan before you tonight. Let's see what moves this guy. So the current proposal, let's make sure that this guy's out of the way, is a 3- and 4-story building on a 1.3 acre lot that is currently vacant. They are proposing 40 multifamily residential apartment units, 14 of which are 1-bedroom, 26 of which are 2-bedroom. They have included some private common areas for their residents, including internal bike storage, ski lockers, community meeting room, and a pet spa. This is zoned mixed-use corridor, or M1 district. As you can hopefully see the image on the right, the surrounding properties are also in the same zoning district. And for reference, this property is just north of the Discount Tire location. So everyone knows I love spreadsheets, and if you don't, I'm Hannah, I love spreadsheets. So I put together basically what staff does on our end when we get in an application. This is what we are comparing in our municipal code for development standards to see if the applicant has met that standard. And if they don't, as you are aware, there are variances. So I'm happy to announce this is the second application tonight that has no variances. I'm not sure that's ever happened for you guys, so pat on the back. So this breaks down open space, landscape, all of our parking and parking lot landscape standards, our setbacks, building height, bike parking, or even just the trash enclosure that we require as far as materials and the enclosure, architectural elements, which I'll show a little bit of that later, the storage requirements, which you guys have looked into before, and also our newest one that added to this list is the affordable housing or the inclusionary zoning requirement. This application did come in after that went into effect, so they are held to those standards, which I will also discuss later. So as you can see on the right-hand side of this graph, they have met all of those standards that staff reviewed with their application. And I will say that was an iterative process as well with the applicant. It didn't necessarily start that way. So they've been great to work with in that regard. Just want to highlight the parking standards as this often comes up as something for discussion. Our multifamily requirements is 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit and an additional guest space for every 5 units, which equates to 1.7 per unit required. In this case, that would be 68 spaces. This particular proposal did request an administrative parking adjustment of just 7%. So it was a reduction of 5 spaces. So they are providing 63 surface parking spaces in the parking lot that you see in the image. Their administrative parking adjustment, which is attached to the staff report, cited proximity to transit stops, which there are multiple in front along Highway 6, and also the provision of additional bike parking beyond what is required in our code. And they actually exceeded that requirement by quite a lot on the bike parking. So what will be required of this particular proposal is the 63 parking spaces with that adjustment, which is 1.575 approximately per unit. Traffic and access. I wanted to provide an image here just so that you're familiar of where this is located. It does not have access from a city right-of-way. It is on a private road. So that's an interesting thing for you guys to look at. I've pointed out an arrow. The property in the very front is Discount Tire, and there's also some other vacant property on the left-hand side there. And then they're kind of in the middle between another condominium, Valley View West condominium apartments in the back. The proposed development and their traffic study and their traffic engineer is here tonight on Zoom, I believe, if we have questions for this, is expected to generate approximately 194 external vehicle trips a day. That breaks down into morning and AM peak hour numbers that I've provided for you there. And their traffic engineer with these numbers did assess that the project is anticipating to add more than 20% traffic growth off of Highway 6. So this aspect will require a CDOT access permit. And staff has included this as a condition of our approval, that they will be held to those standards that CDOT states for that access permit. Additionally, for access on site, given that this is on a private road and not a city street, I have the image over here of the sidewalks that they're proposing on-site access for their residents. And they're providing a sidewalk against their building that extends past their parking access and actually further down onto the adjacent neighboring property, which is Discount Tire, to make the connection to the sidewalk that does currently extend from Highway 6 up from the Discount Tire property, but ends right at this corner. So the applicant has proposed adding a last little connective piece to make sure that their sidewalk does tie in with existing infrastructure. There's currently sidewalk along the east side, but none along the west side, as you hopefully can see from that image. So moving on to building design, the applicant did provide material board that you can see on the right-hand side. This is approximately half of their building. It was quite large to zoom in. So you can see where these particular materials are going. And they've also provided four-sided design on their building, so they meet the 5 architectural element requirements from code, which include things like the balconies, change in color, change in material, variation in roof height, and a variation in roof design, as well as windows and entryways. So the inclusionary housing, which is a popular topic with you guys. This is a 40-unit apartment building. Per our recently adopted inclusionary zoning standards, they will be held to 20% of the units being resident occupied, so deed restricted to resident occupancy, and 10% of that deed restricted to an affordability level of 100% AMI. In this case, this is rental product. So what that breaks out to is 8 units will be deed restricted to resident occupied, which the applicant is providing. 4 units will be deed restricted to 100% AMI rental price. As noted in the staff report in a condition that staff has put in, the applicant is proposing the breakdown of the unit mix type of the deed restriction to be 2 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom units. And staff has added a condition to amend that to 1 one-bedroom unit and 3 two-bedroom units to more closely match the market rate unit mix, which is with 14 one-bedroom and 26 two-bedroom. There's more two-bedroom units than there are one-bedroom, so we're matching that at the deed restriction level by unit type. So that is included in the conditions. So for a major site and architectural plan review, this is the criteria. The site and architectural plan is consistent with the purpose and intent of this code. Staff did find that to be true. The site and architectural plan is consistent with the dimensional, design, development, and all other standards of this code. That is also true. No variances here tonight. The site and architectural plan is consistent with any other previously precedent land use approvals. There are none. And the site and architectural plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted cities and plans, which is on the next slide. I included in your staff report, this is an image of our future land use map. So the property is outlined in red. You can see that they're in the mixed use category, and they do border multifamily residential, which is some of those units to the north of their property. And I have included more extensively in the staff report and summarized here some of the comprehensive goals that this project does meet. A lot of the same ones that Trent just illustrated in his project as well. Promoting long-term, sustainable, diverse economic development, preserving small-town character. I know this is a hot one. As planners, preserving small-town character has a lot to do with residential infill and providing buildings where services are already available. So that third one, directing development into location and building forms that are cost-effective to serve, providing housing opportunities, and supporting social diversity. I have also included combined referral agency comments. We had some from the engineering department, public works, fire, and also from internally with planning. And then we did receive one from the public, which actually came from the adjacent property owner of the Valley View condominiums, their homeowner association representative. So those are all included in your packet as well. Most of the public works and the water, wastewater were very general aspects that get resolved later during final plan review. Nothing that I saw that would necessarily pique your interest, but I'm sure you'll tell me if it did. So our action item tonight, and that's actually a typo, we just have 1 action item, not 3. Staff is recommending approval of the major site and architectural plan for a 40-unit multifamily apartment unit. Your options are to approve, approve with conditions, deny, or continue. You are a recommending body to City Council, so this will be a recommendation to City Council. And the findings and conditions are on page 9 and 10 of the attached staff report. The applicant is also here tonight with some members joining us via Zoom, and they have a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for your introduction here. Questions to staff at this point from the commission? Commissioner Shaver.
So the snow storage, I think, is designated to be in 6 spots, and that would reduce the 63, I guess, so we're.
It does. In code, we allow for up to 10% of the parking spots to be used for snow storage. So that's within code regulations.
But it also means.
Yes, it does mean that.
I think in this case, the separations in the parking, what are the islands called that come out into the parking areas?
Parking area islands?
Yeah, the islands. Those are required by code?
That's actually something that we recently changed as to its form. We used to require an island every 8 spaces, and now it's more of a general square footage requirement based on your parking lot. So they do meet our standards that have been edited.
And are those included in open space?
No, interior parking is not included in open space.
Okay.
Exterior is, interior is not.
I had a question about the right-of-way that was shown. You know, this private drive is wider as it passes by Discount Tire, and then it narrows down past this parcel. And I don't think it was on any of the slides that you showed, but it's on survey plan, I guess.
I think what was included is a access agreement between the properties that use this private road, and they do have a private agreement between 5, I believe it's 5 properties. So they had an image for possible updates to the road if triggered by certain developments. Ultimately, this is a CDOT access decision, so city would defer to what CDOT is going to require once they review their traffic study and access permit application.
Okay.
If that's what you're.
CDOT could trigger that. Could the what is it called, the development to the north?
Valley View West condominiums.
Valley View West.
They're part of the private maintenance agreement, and so they do have triggers in there, and it actually does specifically state it will be updated if required by the approving authority, which is us and CDOT. So we defer to CDOT for this particular one because they're triggered for an access permit. So those, if CDOT has any infrastructure improvements as part of their access permit, that's going to come out with their application, and they will be held to that standard. So we don't know what that is just yet.
The other apartment complex can't trigger this saying, we need this to be wider at this point of the private road.
I do believe there is something in their private agreement, again, that we are not a party to, that if, I believe it's 68% of the property owners, there's some trigger there, want the upgrades to be done, then they may reach that on their own.
Yeah, I was just concerned about, you know, because it did show a right-of-way, which extends pretty close into, you know, the parking area and the side of the building. It's not a setback issue, obviously, because it's not a property line, right?
Okay. Perhaps I should pull up, because all the properties along this private road, actually their boundaries go into the middle. So the property boundary for Mountain View Flats as well is like down the center line of this private road. That's why they have a private maintenance agreement between the 5 of them, that they all have their property lines meet there.
Okay. Yeah, can we?
Maybe.
The report was in the.
I believe it was towards the end of the attachment. Oh, wrong project. George, sorry, do you recall which exhibit or?
No, I don't.
That was?
I noted that because it takes forever to load it.
I mean, is your question that the road is wider, and my question would be, and I know that it's wider going by Discount Tire. I mean, to me, it seems like the CDOT thing would be right at 6 and 24, and that would be what they would care about. They wouldn't care about the internal private road. And I thought the question was, and maybe I'm misreading or had a different question as well, but is that the road is certain width, 25 feet or whatever it is, going by Discount Tire, and then it comes down.
It does narrow,
to
yeah.
like 5 feet,
And we do have the applicant's traffic engineer on the line if we want to pose that to the applicant for further clarification.
I mean, it's an interior road, so I mean, do you have any, are there any standards that you have to go by? I don't know if that was your question, but I thought that, for me, that was a great question.
Well, it just seemed to be a concern, and it is a private road, so, maybe it's something I shouldn't be talking about, but.
We can talk about it. And also, I believe Public Works included in their comments addressing this, that the applicant will work with our engineering department to make sure, as far as a private road goes and not city right-of-way, that it does meet certain standards. And that's where the extension of the sidewalk has also come from.
Which is in the right-of-way, so if the road.
There's actually no right-of-way on this.
What?
There's no right-of-way on this private road.
Well, that's the way it was labeled on the drawing.
It might be an error that we.
35 feet, it said 35 feet.
I think it's possibly referring to the width of the private road, but it is not city right-of-way.
No, not city right-of-way. No.
Right-of-way for.
The private road.
The adjacent property owners. We use right-of-way to refer to city-owned right-of-way, so I just want to be clear, this is not city-owned right-of-way, it's private right-of-way.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if I was much help on that one.
Commissioner Schachter, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this way. There you go.
I don't even recall a question, so I'll pass.
It goes to Commissioner Wizard.
You can take me off, because my question was raised to George.
Commissioner White.
Okay.
You wait again.
Well, and this has to do with the private road as well. Has there been any discussion about just making it a public road?
No.
No.
Short answer.
Okay. No.
There is not.
Would there be benefits to the property owners to doing that?
I'm actually going to defer over to legal and Jen on this particular topic. Yep. Ding, ding, ding.
It just seems like kind of a mess.
Right of way would be quite a process.
Okay.
Given the number of parcels that are actually sharing this access, so I don't know that it's necessarily our policy to request that it be given over a city right of way. Thoughts?
You have engineering department back there.
We do have our engineer in the back of the room, Jessica Bowser.
Where's Carl when we need him?
Legal probably does want to speak to this, but it's our policy not to take right-of-way, which is publicly owned, unless it serves a public benefit. And this only serves those certain properties, so it is a private drive that they share. So they would be responsible for the maintenance, the plowing, the repairs, whereas if we took it as right-of-way, the taxpayers would be paying for a private benefit that they aren't publicly benefiting from. And then I was going to say the right-of-way thing, I think that exhibit came from another project, and the right-of-way that was labeled was 135, which was the road next to it, maybe?
County Road 135?
County Road, DR 135. Yeah, so this exhibit was created with a separate project that had that label, so.
I'll find it. Just city clerk to do something.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, Hannah, another question, and, you know, I'm newer to the commission, so I'm, with all this inclusionary affordable housing, who's administrating this? Is it the individual developers that are, verifying income, and, who's kind of having the oversight over the program?
Okay, that is an excellent question. That is outlined in our housing guidelines. So very new program that we've brought back, and the city does have plans to contract out these services at a certain point. So there would be the administrator that's identified, that's either us or someone that we designate. And there's a 45-page booklet on how it goes, either for sale or for rent in this case, of what they are required to submit as far as documentation that they're meeting the standard as they go through the 30-year program.
And where do those funds come from to staff those people?
I see someone reaching for her button.
So, right now, they're identified to come from the general fund, so, paid for by regular, funding sources that go into general fund.
Okay.
However, the reason why Richard has joined us this evening and Mr. Hanlon is not here is because City Council is actively right this second talking about 2 ballot questions that potentially they would put to the voters in November, one of which would address work housing.
Perfect. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you.
Two things. Hannah, again, for clarification, what are the criteria for RO under our code?
Resident occupied means their residents will work within a certain geographic boundary. It's a 3-tiered system, so priority would be given to Glenwood Springs employed individuals. If not enough applicants apply, then they can move on to the 81601 zip code. And if not enough applicants apply in that category, they can move to a 30-mile radius of city boundary.
No, they're free market units, just resident.
There's no, yeah, correct. There's no restriction on the rental price for the resident occupied, only that the person works in Glenwood Springs or tiered out. So that would be their qualifying factor for that.
Second question about the proposed applicant-provided sidewalk there, that connecting with Discount Tire and then heading north. I'm just curious, it almost becomes like so many of them because there's no other sidewalk, but this one almost seems to become a deliberate sidewalk to nowhere, that if somebody chose to use this sidewalk to go onto the other condominium units or coming down, is there easy access? Because it jogs next to the apartments and away from the roadway. And so I'm just wondering why that alignment, it doesn't seem, it's not a straight line alignment and doesn't seem to facilitate use for anybody other than residents of the apartment. And maybe the applicant will talk about that if you can't.
Yeah, so the design, as you mentioned, does, go directly into their units and doesn't facilitate much walking up to the Valley View condominiums. There is no, as you can see, there's a driveway at the top, and there is no sidewalk beyond that for the Valley View condominiums themselves. But that is something that you can definitely bring up if you have concerns with that layout.
What's the width of that sidewalk? Do you know? I mean, is it our standard width of?
I'm gonna save that question for the applicant.
Commissioner Waller.
Okay, I'm gonna beat this dead horse here.
Here's the whip.
There's, no, it's not a whip, it's a board to hit yourself in the head. So, I found, I don't know, I found it in the civil engineering drawings, it kind of shows, it kind of gets at what Sumner's saying and George is on too, where the sidewalk kind of moves around, and it looks like to me that it was put in there to, so you can get, I mean, because then you can get a couple more parking spaces in there. I mean, if you made that road be wider, and I know it's a private road, but I guess one of my concerns is an egress kind of thing. There's only one egress out of there anyway, out of that area, and there's so it steps down, and like Sumner was saying, that sidewalk, and it's in the civil plans is where I kind of saw it. It shows a site plan in there, it shows it stepping down, and then if you look at the landscape, you kind of go back between them, and the landscaping plan, you can kind of see how the parking kind of goes, where Carolyn just had it there. But so I guess that's a concern that I have from an egress perspective, and I know it's a private thing, and I understand the city's take on it of not taking it, and it's an existing road, so it would have to be something that would have to be changed, and I don't even know how that agreement probably works, with the people that own it. It's maybe a complicated, not maybe, I'm sure it's a complicated thing, because everything is complicated. But anyway, that was, and I don't know if that's I don't know when the applicant comes up if they can talk about that, but there's only one egress there, so that was, I'll stop beating up.
Is this the document, George, that I have up now that you were looking at? It does include a 35-foot access easement. Yes.
Sorry for my.
No problem. We found it.
Yeah, and see, I think and one of the things, like what Sumner was talking about, the sidewalk, kind of butts around it to go, and then I get in order to get the parking in there, because if it went straight and you made that, the road be as wide as it was at the other place. But anyway, I guess enough said on that. But
I will say, I think that private access easement does state how wide it is in that document.
So it's not private there. It changes at Discount Tire.
No, it is all private, but they delineate where the access
where it's different widths. Okay. Yeah, see, they're not easy. It's complicated.
It is a complicated act.
We're just simple people. Okay, and then the one other question I have in the landscaping plan looks good and all of that but it's so I know we're just doing all this talk on drought resiliency and all of that kind of stuff. Have you talked with the applicant about, as we try to move into some of that sort of thing? I know in the last application we saw that was something they're trying to work on. I think that's a good thing, even though it's not something that's required.
We have not had the opportunity since these discussions have started happening to talk to the applicant about their landscape plan being more xeric or drought tolerant, but that's certainly something that you could include as a recommendation moving forward, and that staff could have that discussion.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaver. So, back to where.
Okay, I'll pass the stick.
Back to this guy.
Oh, yeah.
So is this just showing half of the road? You said the property line goes to the center line of the road, so are we only seeing half of that private road in this image?
Yes, I believe, because this is the property line, and the property line only goes to the middle of the road, so it's not showing the full extent.
But the access easement, are those arrows on? I don't know.
Perhaps we should move this to the applicant discussion.
Yes, okay.
They have a chance to illustrate their plans and their familiarity with this private access agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Commissioner Zipperly.
Most of my questions would probably be better addressed by the applicant as well.
I unpushed my button.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions to staff? Wait, don't go too fast. I have a couple of questions.
I'll run away.
So I'm looking at the landscape plan here, and it appears that there's screening from the parking lot, like we'd like to do, right? Parking lot out, no problem. Then I'm looking at the drawing you just showed us, and I see 2 retaining walls, which I don't see on the landscape plan.
Staff did include a comment regarding some updates to the landscaping plan to match other plans. There are some very small differences, one being the access over here. On the civil shows hammerhead parking configuration for emergency access, whereas the landscape is just a little bit different. So we have included alterations to those to be done
Okay, so,
as a condition.
so are the retaining walls removed?
I am going to defer to the applicant on those retaining walls with their architect.
Good. Any additional questions to Hannah? See none? Thank you, Hannah. Would the applicant care to come forward and present your item? Please state your name and address for the record.
Mike Chirac, 8250 Dean Road, Indianapolis, Real America Development Associate.
Thank you.
1 second while we get their items. Can you push
Come a long way.
Go from there, and afterwards we'll just share the screen.
Or like take a nap. Oh.
Sleepy little.
There you go.
60 miles an hour.
Ah.
Really sleepy.
Coma Town. Ooh. I was logged into Shelley's.
Perhaps we froze. Open it once.
That's funny because I was quoting the people.
Technical difficulties, we shall return to you momentarily.
The show will continue.
That would be black PowerPoint.
I'm gonna try to close all of PowerPoint. But I don't hopefully have to reboot. So let's just make sure nothing silly happened. Vicky. Yeah, yeah, going up.
For them to consider. They submitted prior to the new regulations. They went down to it. Or they did.
Yeah. Hate to reboot this on you, but
lockdown this winter.
Right.
Still need to share the screen.
Oops.
So here, and grab this guy, share screen. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one, I think, and then you can, so that it's easy to talk.
Excellent.
Right. Good. All right. Again, my name is Mike Surak. I'm a development associate with Real America Development. And also, as mentioned, we're an Indianapolis-based, fully integrated real estate company. We do development, construction, design, and management all in-house. Joining me is Rhonda Shrewsbury, our president and owner, Doug and Julie Pratt, who are land planning consultants for this project. And then also on the line, I guess a little bit late for them in Indianapolis, but we have Jeff Ryan, who's our vice president of development, and Bruce Berry, who's our director of design. In addition, we have Anthony Alfini with Roaring Fork Engineers, and also Greg Schroeder with McDowell Engineering, who conducted the traffic study. So thank you for allowing us to present. Appreciate your time, and good evening. And thank you, Hannah, for the very thorough kind of overview of our project, and we appreciate yours and Jen's help over the few years that we've been working on this. Just to give you a quick background on our company. Oops, there we go. Okay. So Rhonda started our company in 1995. She actually has some ties to the Valley. She's my mom as well, by the way, and she's been coming out to Snowmass since 2004, and we've owned it, or she's owned a unit at the Enclave in Snowmass Village since 2005, I believe. And so we've done 38 residential multifamily developments. 37 of those are in the state of Indiana, and one of them is in Basalt, Colorado. And that actually was somewhat of a passion project for my mom, that she saw the need and demand for housing in the Valley, and through a friend who's the owner of Stubby's, basically introduced her to that opportunity there to bring affordable and market rate housing on a site that was originally planned for a hotel that didn't go through during the recession. And so that's what brought us to develop in Colorado, and we have been very much trying, to add to our development portfolio in the Roaring Fork Valley since opening Roaring Fork Apartments, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So we've done over 2,500 units, totaling over 320 development costs. We've branched out and we've done some self-storage projects. We've done medical office, mixed use, adaptive reuse projects, but we are a private family-owned group, and we like to do these smaller 40, 50 unit projects instead of larger scale institutional, where we're raising outside capital. As I said, we are fully integrated, so we develop, we're the GC, we're the architect, and then we manage everything that we build, and we manage it for the long term. So we build it with that in mind. So just going on a little bit there. Just a few examples of projects that we've done. Roaring Fork is the one, the top middle project on there. You see historic renovation there just below it, and the others are ground up new construction. Again, just a little bit more information. Our average occupancy has been over 97, 98%, even during the pandemic, which has been something we're very thankful for. Some more pictures there. So Roaring Fork, just a quick overview of this community. As I said, it's in Basalt. We offer
It's a mix of affordable and market rate housing. We do have a current wait list of over 235 households, showing the extreme demand for housing in the valley, which is what has led us to the site here in Glenwood Springs. Some amenities that are there, we have ski and snowboard lockers, fitness center, business center, pet washing station, which was something that we found to be very popular, which is why we incorporated it into Mountain View Flats. Patios with deck, grills. A lot of this is what we'll be incorporating with Mountain View Flats. So getting to this project, as Hannah mentioned, it's a mix of 14 one-bedrooms and 26 two-bedroom homes. As the name says, each unit will have a south-facing view of the mountain with a balcony or a patio. We designed the building with that in mind. These are a couple of renderings here. Quick overview of the location. You're within less than 600 feet to 2 RAPTA stops. It's infill. You have a lot of the amenities already there that residents can benefit from. And a lot of this, with this in mind, we want to include excess bicycle parking, so people are utilizing that and public transportation with this location. So here's a site plan, which you've already seen with kind of an overview of the community space as well, with the bicycle storage. You have the manager's office, maintenance, but then you also have community room with TV, dog wash station, then you have a computer center, which we found could be used for Zoom meetings and whatnot for people that are either working or learning from home. We've been incorporating that into our buildings recently. And then the bottom part of that image is where there'll be an outdoor patio with grills and seating area. Unit amenities, as I said, each one will have a balcony and patio. We'll have a unit washer and dryer, high quality, energy efficient appliances, walk-in closets, open floor plans that kind of make the apartments feel larger than they are, ceiling fans and luxury plank flooring. So since our first kind of conversations with the city, and we've been working on this, we have made some revisions to accommodate for different acts or wants. And so we went from a 54 unit development down to 40 units. We shortened the length of the building to accommodate for the fire turnaround, which was based on comments that we received a couple months ago. We reduced the parking count from 73 spaces to 63 spaces. As Hannah said, that was a 7% reduction. And then we added an entry door to the west side of the community space to provide access to the sidewalk there. We added a sidewalk extension adjacent to the east side of the street on the western edge of the property. And then, of course, with the community housing, we have the 8 resident occupied units and the 4 units at 100% AMI. With that, I kind of gives you a background of us, and then Doug and myself can answer some questions for you. And then, of course, we have the others on the line that can answer as well.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. Back to the commission. Any questions to the applicant? Okay. Commissioner Schachter.
All right, well, Mike, thank you. 2 questions right now. One regarding, you heard me ask Hannah about the sidewalk on that west side of your property and why that alignment that seems friendly to your residents, but not a continuation or friendly to anybody else going north or coming from the north.
You want to talk about the thought of it?
Sure. There are 2 doors on that side of the building that sidewalk was. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Doug Pratt with the Land Studio. Julie and I are here with the Land Studio. We live in Iron Bridge. Thank you. Good to see you all. Sorry about the lack of introduction. So, yes, there are 2 doors that enter the building from that side, so that sidewalk accommodates those 2 doors. But I think your point is good. If we need to align that sidewalk to run north-south, kind of in one line, and provide smaller sidewalks to those 2 doors, we could certainly do that. I think that's what you're hinting at.
That is exactly what I would suggest. I know it might be a little less aesthetic and a little more expensive, but run it straight and then create your internal circulation with a connection would be great though.
That's a that's a great point. So yeah, you know, I'm not the engineer, so I hope I'm not committing to something we can't do, but they're on the phone, so speak up. But yeah, I think it's a good suggestion.
The other question might be for either of you. Traditionally, and I'm not going to feed you the answer, I want to hear it. Traditionally, we've encouraged, assuming south-facing is the front of your apartment building, traditionally we've encouraged parking behind a large complex. What is it about this site or the design, or is it a distance from Discount Tire? Why isn't that reversed in this case?
Yeah, it's as you said, you know, we wanted to have some separation from Discount Tire. And we didn't want to just be kind of looking right over.
I think Bruce can also.
And if Bruce Berry, if you're on the line, then maybe you could speak to that.
From an engineering point of view?
I am here. What information do you need from me before I can speak? You need my name and address and all the... Sure thing. My name is Bruce Berry. I live at 733 Emerson Road in Carmel, Indiana. I'm the architect on this project. And the main reason that we oriented the building the way we did was so that we could give the views to the south, where the view we felt was the nicest view. So the units are essentially run front to back. And if we were to put parking behind the building, as you suggest, our buildings would be backwards. Our entrance would be to the wrong side of where we wanted the view. We wanted the view to be in the public space in the living room. The bedrooms are in the back towards the top, north, I think it is, towards the top of the page on the sheet. So it wasn't, the separation from Discount Tire is good, but the main reason was so we could capitalize on the views.
Thank you. Also, just for reference, the Basalt project, I forget the name of it, that you did, that's right there by Stubby's. What is?
Roaring Fork Apartments.
How many of those units are deed restricted, Mike?
We have
ballpark.
We have 56 total units, and all but 12 are affordable or deed restricted.
Is that due to acceptance into a different program?
The tax credit program, yes.
You, Commissioner Shaver. All right.
Throw that.
Yeah.
Okay, back to my right-of-way question. On this sheet 5 that shows what's designated as a right-of-way, the property line, is that the center of the road?
I can pull up that other one while you guys are, yeah. Oh, we restarted. That's fine. Right, have the document up.
Yeah, I believe the property line is on, I'm looking at the existing conditions drawing, so the property line looks like it's on the far side of the road.
So that's a really narrow road right there.
35-foot easement, as you saw. So I think our civil engineer and our traffic engineer are on the line too, just regarding the road width that accommodates the traffic for this project. If they would, so is your question, the width of that road and the ability to accommodate the traffic on it for the project.
Well, that, but also the turning radii to get out of and into, you know, with a fire truck or trash vehicles and that sort of thing. It looks really tight to me unless we're only seeing half the width of the road. If that's the case, then I would think we're okay. But graphically, it looks to me like that it's really tight there.
So I will let Anthony, do you want to talk about your coordination with the fire district, turning radii, and the width of that shared access road?
Yeah, sure. So the private road going, you know, north.
Actually,
sorry, can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, Anthony Alfini, 1534 Dogwood Drive, Rifle, Colorado.
Thank you.
The private road going north from Highway 6, like Doug said, is in a private access easement, and then it enters the site, and once you enter the site, the parking lot and drive aisles are designed to accommodate the largest turning movements of the fire district vehicles that will be anticipated.
So is that dotted line the center of the road?
No, that dotted line is the, so we are, as part of this project, we're going to try to clean up the easements and all the kind of all the things that are going on there. So that dotted line is the 8-foot easement for an existing Glenor Springs water line, but we're gonna, as part of the project, we're gonna, you know, provide a 35-foot access easement, I believe, to provide the sidewalk and the required travel lanes for the improvements that are proposed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner White.
So my question is, have you guys made any preliminary inquiries on what the CDOT access permit would require? And if so, what are some of the recommendations, just as a preliminary discussion?
So Greg Schroeder's on the line, and Greg has the access permit application filled out. We haven't submitted it to CDOT. So Greg, if you can introduce yourself and give us an update on the access permit application and kind of what the requirements are for access right there.
Sure. This is Greg Schrader with McDowell Engineering, Traffic and Transportation Engineers, and we're based out of Eagle, Colorado. Yes, so to answer your question regarding the access permit, we have completed a traffic study, and we have an access permit application that we are preparing to send to CDOT. Our impacts basically are focused upon what type of infrastructure improvements are going to be necessary along the frontage road, which is Highway 6 and 24. Our thresholds for turn lanes are what we analyze, and we look at all the different potential turn lanes that would potentially be considered. We do not hit any of these thresholds, and so therefore our access permit application will be submitted with our traffic study, which will basically inform CDOT of what you know, the proposed traffic generation is going to be, which includes not only the existing counts for the existing apartments, as well as the tire store that we captured in that, as well as our proposed traffic generation for this project. So as a combination of bringing, you know, both of those, the existing plus our proposed traffic volumes, We do not trigger any infrastructure improvements along Highway 6 and 24. And that's what our traffic study says. And again, we're just basically ready to send that into CDOT here, kind of basically upon hopefully, after this planning and zoning application goes through here.
And I just know that, there's some pretty good info on the Valley View apartments. Have they been cooperative with the road? I assume it's a road share agreement on some level. And are you seeing that they might trigger some improvements needing to be made on the road? The private road?
Well, Hannah has been the intermediary, but they did forward this easement agreement. We have that. We've looked at it. We understand what the easement agreement says. Essentially, the easement agreement says if a project triggers improvements to that intersection, then it's the project's responsibility to do it. It says a lot of things. This is my layperson planner interpretation for you. It also does say, as Hannah had mentioned, that as a trigger, 67 or 68% of everybody involved in the agreement want to trigger intersection improvements, and that can happen. I think that is no longer an onus just on this applicant to participate in providing all of the improvements. It would be the group. So there is an opportunity to do that, and it is an agreement that's in place. So we have that agreement, and our traffic engineer has that agreement. I will say that I don't understand exactly how the improvement drawing that they provided was vetted with CDOT or the city. It's a private agreement, so if that needs to change based on engineering standards, then I would assume we have to have some flexibility in that. But it was an attempt to outline kind of turn lanes. I think some of your questions earlier, related to that intersection improvement, there is a bump out that would require additional easement beyond 35 feet. That easement is not on the Mountain View Flats property. It would be on the properties that adjoin at the intersection. So I'm maybe overstepping my bounds with my answer, but I think there was a little bit of discussion about that, and there is additional easement required beyond 35 feet at that intersection. But that is not easement we can grant. It would be easement that those property owners would have to grant.
And then Hannah, we are not really going to be overseeing much of the private road.
No.
Agreements, I mean, that's going to be.
And that's why it was not included as an exhibit. There, as Doug mentioned, there's a lot of language there and other properties that are involved. Actually, one that was approved approximately a year ago off of County Road 135 that also has some access easement language in there should an additional turning lane be warranted. But in city's view, with CDOT reviewing it, and we've had some preliminary conversations with CDOT as well, just to gauge their feelings on turning lanes and things, but they will do a full review with their traffic study. If CDOT wants that turning lane there, it will trigger that to be put in. And they have some very preliminary designs for it in that private road easement agreement, as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner Waller.
A couple questions. One is on the, I'm just trying to get clear. I'm looking at this from Sumner's question, Commissioner Schachter, on the sidewalk. It sounds like the sidewalk, you guys are good with having the sidewalk go straight there. And then the other one on Commissioner Schaefer's question was on the road. So, and I'm not so concerned about the CDOT thing because that's whatever it is. I mean, it sounds like your engineers got that, and that's probably clean. But on the road width, and we're kind of just looking at it where it moves down, and I know that's a private road. So did I hear you say that you're going to look at making that road be wider, but I mean, I know that when you move the sidewalk over, I mean, it kind of infers that makes the road stay the same width that it is going by Discount Tires. And maybe I'm missing that or something, but you know what I'm talking about?
So if I can just clarify the sidewalk, so, is the cursor up there? Yeah, okay. So what we're talking about is where this sidewalk lines up with this intersection for the parking lot, it would just continue straight.
Oh, just continue straight right there, so the
Right.
sidewalk.
Right, so the sidewalk would
Step
go
back, okay.
straight north, so the
That was
step back would not happen, and then we'll have to adjust the landscape to happen,
Right.
to coincide with the new sidewalk, but then there are 2 doors on this side, so we'll have to have a connecting sidewalk here, I believe it's for the
Goes out the doors, okay.
community room, and this accesses the lockers up top. So we would have to come over and meet that new sidewalk location with extensions of those sidewalks and those, to access those floors.
Okay.
So,
And then
but
the
that-
road just stays, and then the road stays like it is. Okay,
So we'll adjust landscaping, and if
and then,
you'd like to make that a condition of approval, if we get to that point.
well, okay, I'm good with it, I understand now, that was good, thank you. And then the other question I had was on the landscaping. We're just kind of starting to talk about the drought resiliency, and I know you live here, so you know
Right.
all the wackiness we're in. So,
Right.
and I know the code's not like that, but is that something that you guys are willing to, work with Hannah, and, she's very good at that sort of thing to.
Absolutely, and I'll qualify that there are lots of grasses and perennials in this application, as are required, although you can use grasses instead of perennials. Julie did the landscape, so if I'm misspeaking, she's gonna come tell me. So those are drought tolerant. I think when we get into the trees, there are street trees required. It gets a little more difficult to only, provide drought tolerant trees. But I will tell you that, all the trees, shrubs, perennials, and grass ground covers will be drip irrigated so that we're not overspraying huge areas of this project. We have some small lawn areas out front just to break up. We have a lot of crushed granite and cobble that we don't have to irrigate.
Addressed a lot of it already with what you.
So we've tried to address it. I'll be honest, we live in a high mountain desert. Xeriscape doesn't mean zero irrigation, so we'll have to drip everything, but the drip will all be on a zone that we can turn down. The lawn areas may take a little bit more, so they'll be on, the small lawns will be on a zone that we can provide water for those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Saxon.
Well, might save a condition later, Doug. You have the authority to say, hey, we will realign the sidewalk as discussed, then we don't have to do a condition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you, Sumner. Just real quick, those 2 retaining walls.
Yeah.
And the parking lot, are we doing the hammerhead or not? Which, what we saw both, so.
Well, the landscape plan actually did accommodate the hammerhead. There was kind of a line drawn in there that is more for the turning movements of the cars, but the hammerhead is still shown on that drawing. So yes, there is a hammerhead. There was a line that kind of distinguished between car turning and a hammerhead for the fire lane. So yes, there is a hammerhead. Yes, there are 2 retaining walls. So we were trying to adjust grading, and the wall on the south side of that parking lot was getting to be 8 feet tall. We decided to break it into 2 4-foot terrace retaining walls. So there'll be planting between the walls and the terrace, and we'll reflect that. We'll update the landscape plan to reflect that. It was just kind of a later change that we didn't get.
Great change, makes sense. So that said, now a question to Hannah. What's our overall length of retaining wall we allow without a break in it? Because I think it's 60 feet.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
I think we're past 60 feet.
But we can definitely get with them to confirm that they're meeting the standards for the retaining walls, and I believe that's why it was broken up into 2 with tiered landscaping in between. So we can confirm that length.
Yeah, well,
that's for height. I'm more thinking length. I know there's some jogs we got to do or something. I forget.
Jessica, do you remember off the top of your head length? No, that's us.
All right.
That's not you guys.
And I actually think too that the terraces help, planting in the terraces helps alleviate the need for jogs, but we'll review that with him.
And I agree, it's just, I know there is something in the code that says.
There is, and we will find it.
Okay.
We will find it. Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure we're actually doing the retaining walls because I saw them, so.
Yes, they will put those in.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? We'll see none. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll open the public portion of this hearing, and if anybody's here to speak up, please come forward. See none in the room. Nobody on Zoom. Okay, thank you, public. I'll close the public portion for this hearing, and I'll bring it back to the commission. Entertaining a motion in planning item 2021, major site architectural plan review. And let's see, staff is recommending approval with the findings on page 9, suggesting conditions on page 9 and 10 of the staff report.
May I make one more comment real quick?
Sure.
I think one of the substantial comments that Hannah brought up was the deed restricted units and the conversion from 2 and 2 deed restricted 1 bedroom and 2 deed restricted 2 bedrooms to 1 and 3, 1 deed restricted 1 bedroom and 3 deed restricted 2 bedrooms. And we're fine with that condition. Just wanted to make it clear. I don't know if we said that, so I just wanted to.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification.
And I move to approve planning item number 2021, major site architectural plan review, with the findings and conditions on page 9 of the staff report.
Okay, thank you. A motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on this item? Commissioner Zipperly. Oh, can we have one?
Yes, I'd like to commend the developers and project team on bringing us another application without a variance, and it does seem to meet the majority of our requirements. Was going to ask about retainage, but we got that covered. I see on the site plan that there is a parking coming in across the Valley View West, and I presume that their probably pirate parking will be removed from the north side of this lot. I am excited to see that there's a dog wash area because that implies these are going to be pet friendly. But that also does preclude the need for a little bit of landscaping area outside for dogs to do their thing. But I think that the amount of sod, we're always towing a line. We don't want to see too much variegated grass, but if you've got kids and dogs, I think this seems, some gravel. I think this seems like it will accommodate those other members of some people's families. I'm a little confused about the grill and seating area and computer room, looking at the plans. I see a community space that's about 14 by 16.
Could we get the plans back?
I just don't see the grill and things on the landscape plan. I'm not sure where those amenities are. I guess this actually was a question, huh? No, I'm putting it in the comments.
Well, just make sure they're there.
I will learn the difference between questions and comments.
There's hope yet.
I've been doing this a couple of years already. Where do we keep the grill, the community area, the public amenities, community space?
No, I think as we update the landscape plan, we're kind of bumping into square footages for landscape, square footages for hardscape. So the intent was to put the grill area out front of the community room, so on that end of the building. So
on the southwest corner.
Right. So as we now adjust the sidewalk out and adjust that corner with landscape, we'll adjust that corner for keep adding pavement because we're having to add some sidewalks now into the connection to the doorways. So we'll have a little bit of evaluation to do to make sure we're not exceeding pavement areas, but the intent would be to do a grill space. If we have landscape area to do it right out in front, we can do it in the landscape area. But if we can do a paved area, we'll just have to calculate how much pavement we can add.
Yeah, right. Maybe all these additional paths don't have to be so hardscaped. I'm not sure actually if we do require them to be hardscaped. Clearly, if you're wheeling your bicycle back, you don't want a path made of sand.
But we can work on that, yeah. So
Okay.
we'll illustrate the grill area on that southwest corner of the building. And that's where we kind of took the hardscape out at one point. So we can see how much we have left, or we can do it in the softscape area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my one last comment that I had while looking at the side elevations, I kind of disagree that we've treated all four sides of this building equally. I think the east and west elevations are a little underwhelming, and I might like to see some more features on there. I don't know if we could pull those up too. I'm looking on the architectural set.
There.
They have a stripe in a door. I know, I have opinions. Yes, the east and west.
So look at, she's
Just add some
Yeah.
vertical.
Yeah.
looking at the same thing that you.
Yeah, but I'm sure they, are code compliant.
Staff did find them to be code compliant, yes.
Oh. Mine's gone. Well, okay.
Might not be super visible in the elevations that you're looking at, but we did count, and we are required to get to 5 architectural elements as are designated, and I listed those in the staff report, and they do get to that threshold. From a staff perspective, it meets our standards.
So, along the front, we've got the full height blocks of stone marching along, and then when you get to the corner, it drops to a wainscot. That's the sort of thing, it looks like, oh, we had to. So that is actually a comment and not a question. I feel like that stone veneer is very underwhelming, and I did this on another project too. And that is the street facing elevation. So I have a concern that is minorly underwhelming, but I'm really glad that you guys are providing affordable housing and pet amenities and spaces for children so close to transport. So I think it is a real good project. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner White.
I just wanted to say that I actually like the aesthetics of the design. I think they're good-looking units, and I like the shed roofs, or what appear to be shed roofs.
Some of you may know, I'm a huge proponent of shed roofs.
You like shed roofs, oh. You've got to see them. Love them or you hate them?
Love them.
Oh, good. Yeah, it looks great, and I also just commend you on your inclusionary housing and the fact that you brought the other project to Basalt, and that you have a small amount of units compared to some projects, and you're doing what we're excited about in Glenwood Springs around inclusionary housing. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Waller. All right.
So, and I'd like to echo these. I really appreciate what you've done working over the years with staff. I mean, when you showed that slide earlier right up front of where you were at and where you worked to, you've done a lot of work. And thank you very much. We appreciate that. And I've been kind of beating on this road, and I think, if the fire department looked at it, they're good with it, then I'm good with it. If the fire department's good with it, because they're the ones that really have to go in there and deal with it. And so anyway, thank you very much. So I'll support this.
Thank you. Any other comments?
None. My 2 cents echoes pretty much everything we heard. Thank you for coming forward. Great project, small project. Love the small stuff. Maybe there's another lot somewhere. Could be repeated, just throwing it out. One thing, I do wish there was more affordable housing. And it goes back to what I said earlier. yes, it will get to a certain price point that some people can afford, but lower income people cannot afford higher, hang on just a second, cannot afford higher rents. You did hear about our voluntary program. There's a fee waiver. No, but it does, at least it gets to 100 AMI, 100% AMI. So I just want to throw that out there. But like everybody else, thank you so much for coming to Glenwood and giving us this project. Please.
So I'm Rhonda Shrewsbury, from America. I want to say that what we do for a living, 90% our passion is affordable housing. So tax credit, and we started out with this as affordable housing. Unfortunately, we came up short with CHFA. We tried, and we are on a mission to keep doing this in the Valley on a small basis. But if we had our way, this would be a tax credit development. We don't want to let the property go because we've looked so hard up and down the Valley. So we're doing this. This is not our first choice. I will tell you, we're thrilled to be here. But the next one we find, we would love to come in as a full affordable housing development. And we do all of our own compliance. So there was a question earlier. That's what we're really good at, is the compliance and making sure that we cross all the T's and dot all the I's. So.
Well, I hope we'll see you again with the affordable housing product. Okay, so anyway, anything else? No, we have a motion to approve and a second to follow that. With that, I will call for the question.
Commissioner Wissing, approved. Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller, Commissioner Shaver,
Yes.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Schachter,
Yes.
Commissioner Sibrist.
Yes.
The motion carries. Excellent. Thank you so much for coming forward. Thank you, Hannah. Thanks to everybody for their work. One thing I forgot to ask, when is this going to happen?
We hope to start construction this year.
Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe trip back.
Thanks, guys on the phone. What time is it their time?
Yeah, thank you, phone people.
Phone people, yeah, phone people.
Good job, folks.
All right, excellent. We got one more thing that we need, but we need to, I think, officially continue it. So, planning item 2821, appeal of a community development director of the city in a floodplain analysis and compliance with, and so on. You read it. I'm entertaining a motion to continue this item to the September 28th meeting. We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Call for the question.
I don't know if I want to continue.
Joy, this is still on.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner Schachter,
Yes.
I'm not here.
Commissioner Shaver,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller,
We'll talk about it.
Commissioner White, Commissioner Wissing.
Excellent. Motion carries. Thank you, Carlos. And the next planning file has been deleted, removed from the agenda. That puts us into commissioner comments, and we'll start with Commissioner Waller.
The one comment that I talked to Tan about this, I would love to see the evacuation. Oh, do I need the box? I thought it's just us. Hello, 10-4. So one thing I'd like to see, and it's maybe something that we work on over time, but I'd like to be educated more on like the evacuation plan for, as we add these developments and each one comes in and, they're all on their own individually. And I need to educate myself more in the housing thing. So I need to get with some other people being a new guy, but the evacuation thing would be something, West Glenwood, we're just ka-chunking them in there. And I don't know. And I guess y'all are working on them. I'm sure you are. Exactly. I see a head nod, but anyway, that's one thing I would like to.
So we don't keep asking it.
Yeah, I mean, each time we ask it and another 300 comes in, I mean, shoot, a lot. I mean, and then then it's 340, right, into the same area that we're yelling at.
Doesn't matter which way they go.
Right,
Yeah,
to get out of that way, right. Anyway, that would be something I would like to, and maybe it could be in a work set, anyway, whatever.
Gonna say so. Thank you, Pete. Commissioner Zipper.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I would like to sort of see the status of the evacuation report and coordination. And the same questions always come up too with raw water for irrigation and the capacity of our water and sewer systems to handle this. I keep getting told that it's okay, but then I keep getting told I can't water. And
They're kind of teaching us maybe because we're not the smartest people or something. But
right.
maybe at least maybe.
I believe Matt Langhorst, that when he says we have the capacity, yet we are still facing a water crisis here in town, and we even had a special meeting about it. So I think, I think we could maybe be more involved and get a better understanding of evacuation and water, sewer, and push for some raw water irrigation. I am glad at least this, the one that we approved has irrigation water, and they actually gave the city a bunch, which was definitely a plus. I think that's all. Are we going to talk about pre-planning for like the highway, the 6th Street crossing? Are we going to do planning sometime in advance of seeing things?
Like another workshop?
Then we just cancel one?
Yeah, we can.
Well, right, we get to see the applications after they're already designed, and a few months ago, we said we'd like to be involved a little on the front end. So that's my comment.
I think when it's appropriate and when time allows it, we always get to see things.
Okay.
Unless a bridge comes through town or something like that.
Or a comp
Commissioner
plan.
Zimmerly, can you maybe ask a question as it relates to 6th Street?
Are you talking about the project to design 6th Street? Because there was a master plan, there was a lengthy process that had lots of public engagement and a very large steering committee, and
6 years ago?
it was approved, I think, at the very end of 2016, or maybe the beginning of 2017. I can get you that.
Right, I'm referring to both 6th Street and like the 8th Street crossing. And I know that I was involved in the public outreach, but just in my couple of years of being on the commission, I haven't got to do any kind of large-scale planning that I would presume would lead up to something that the public could even comment on. So perhaps that has happened, but just not in my tenure.
We talk about. It's the thing we want to see before it happens. We want to be involved.
So I can make your day, because we're gonna start the comprehensive plan.
Calendar.
Get ready for the
No, I hear you. I totally get it. Behind the 8 ball when things come through, but all we can do is ask.
Okay, well, yeah, and every few months I will.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sack.
I'll pleasantly surprise you and pass and wish everybody a good night.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiss,
I'm good, thanks.
Commissioner Shaver.
Well, I would like to commend Hannah and Trent, and as far as their part of bringing forth 2 projects with no variances, then, that partially goes to the applicant, but I think a lot of it goes to people on our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
I don't know that I really have anything. I think I had just a little bit of feedback from the work session. It seems there were like guiding questions in the work session, and I felt like I came away from that going, what did we accomplish? So.
What do you think?
Good. As I'm involved, I'm sure I will learn more about the work sessions, but I felt like I wanted to come away with something a little more concrete, accomplished.
Oh, joy.
It'll come back.
I'm like, nothing? Anyway.
They are interested in taking notes.
Okay. They're amazing. I felt like I was like all over the place, not them. Anyways, so that's my comment.
Awesome. Thank you. Not much. Thanks, everybody, for getting through tonight. I like the outcome on both, I think. Couple of maybe schedule things we need to talk about. I will not be here for September or October's meeting. I know Sumner can fill in perfectly fine, but he just told me that he needs to recuse himself for the continued item from tonight. So somebody else has to step up and run that. So you guys think about it. You guys figure it out. I'm just letting you know.
I can't even make a motion, so don't look to me.
It's what's going to happen in September. So other than that, thank you, everybody.
Just that one item.
Just that one item. Jen brings me to the next point, September meeting. What's on the agenda? Hannah.
Oh, yes, the September meeting.
Yes. The continued item for one.
Yes, we have the continued item, which was Trent's, as well as, can you come back to me?
I do think that we have a location and extent for a childcare center.
For what?
A childcare center, so location and extent.
Why is that a location? Is it school district? City-owned.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I do believe those are the only two items that we have, but we are expecting a very full October with some pending applications that are out there of expected arrival dates. So September is light, October is very heavy.
I had one more comment or question. Marco and I were talking about requesting just a snapshot of the pending or approved applications of these developments that we have and how many units they're filling, and then a projection,
Rental unit count.
Just something in maybe a spreadsheet.
We actually have that spreadsheet.
Oh, I would love to see it.
And I did take some other comments about wanting to see that, and the numbers are very valuable for you guys in looking at when you have, in reviewing what our need is versus what was looked at. Also, when that regional housing study was coming in, there's a considerable amount of development that was already part of that assumption. So we can definitely provide that snapshot overview of our housing statistics through 2021 as of this date.
That would be a great work session thing, I think, for me, to see that, here's what we have and here's what, I mean, I totally echo that. But I know we don't have any time, because we have conflict coming up our wazoo or whatever.
Well, like I said, the first 15 minutes, just kind of look, just kind of,
And just as a reminder, I did send out the cancellation for our work session in September, so that will not be happening. There will be no work session, there will be a regular meeting.
Oh. Sounds good, everybody good? Everybody good? Meeting is adjourned.
It's Richard.
Okay, that's Richard.